hell is going on?
Well, the weather outside is frightful. The Met Office issued a fresh weekend weather warning. They looked outside and they said, there's a lot of weather, they said, and it is mostly to be found outside. They're talking of freezing wind and freezing rain, which will produce dangerous travelling conditions. So they recommend, if you're in a car, speed up. Crank up the music on the stereo, tailgate the vehicle in front, undertake and lean on your horn a lot. Because nothing bad will ever happen to you. You are special.
Yeah.
Much of central England will be affected by what the Met Office says will be a rapid development of widespread ice, with very dangerous travelling conditions likely. It's a warning.
Warning, warning.
The Met Office also said there's a chance of injuries from slips and falls on icy surfaces, so be on the lookout if you want to laugh. I remember as a kid, and I wasn't previously interested in religion in any way, shape or form. I was about 13 years old. The only experience of religion I had was the RE lesson in school, after which during which some boy always got the belt from the religious instructor, who seemed more keen on belting boys than any other of our teachers. That's surprising, isn't it?
No.
That's a sign right there. That's a sign from Jesus. But when I was out and about, I'd gone away with the school somewhere very, very cold, and I was trying to negotiate my way across a large square in the middle of winter, very, very cold out, and I slipped and I fell, and 2 nuns were walking by, and they laughed at me. And I thought, that's not right. That's not what Jesus would want. Are they supposed to do that? I thought it was against the law. But on the weather, they are saying, well, the Met Office, not the nuns, that bus and train services may be delayed or cancelled. So, no change there then. It also warned about untreated pavements and cycle paths being hazardous because of black ice. I remember a couple of years ago, I was on London's once fashionable King's Road, just minding my own affairs, trying to get out of there. And it was below freezing day, but dry up until the point when it started to rain a bit. And the pavement was so cold that the rain froze on contact. And so the pavement that people had been negotiating casually was suddenly completely covered in brand new ice. I've never been anywhere or on anything like it. I thought people were just clinging on to lampposts, unable to move. I thought there's got to be... why isn't the government rushing to our aid? Oh, and they're concerned about bikes too. Bikes in this weather. All bikes should come with an extra 2 wheels for safety. And you should fit them with proper seats too, and doors and a roof while you're at it. From tomorrow, 10 a.m. till 6 a.m. on Sunday, there's an amber warning of freezing rain and ice. That warning issued for central England, and a yellow warning of heavy rain and strong winds is in place for Northern Ireland, southwest England and South Wales. I mean, what's the point? Does anybody have any idea what that means?
Negative.
I mean, do you know what the difference between an amber and a yellow warning is? If you tripped over them in the streets, would you have a clue? Would you be able to differentiate them in any way, shape or form?
No.
What's an amber warning when it's at home? And how does it differ from a yellow one? I have no information to give you on that score. This show's helpful, isn't it? Sleet and snow is possible on very high ground. Freezing rain may be followed by a spell of sleet and snow. So sleet and snow and freezing rain followed by sleet and snow. God, sounds like winter. Temperatures on tonight are going to plunge as low as -3. -3. That's centigrade, of course. You double it and add 32 to get Fahrenheit, so double -3 is... Well, you can't do that. It's not possible. Can't double a negative number. It can't be done. That is a fact. End of discussion. Case closed. The temperature tomorrow will not exist in Fahrenheit. There is the possibility of heavy snow and blizzards in parts of Scotland, and freezing rain for northern parts of the UK. Glasgow, of course, will have its own weather. But it's going to be raining every day for the rest of your lives. Wait a minute. One moment, please. Checking for you while you wait. Yes, raining tomorrow, raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and no rain on Thursday. But then raining on Friday, and raining on Saturday, and raining on Sunday, and Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Thursday. I love Glasgow. It's such a great place. It just rains all the time. Couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand the weather. And that's why all those Glasgow bands keep doing songs about rain. Why does it always rain on me?
Rock and roll!
All that. I'm only happy when it rains. Spent 3 excellent months living in Glasgow. It rained every single day. On higher ground, tomorrow there could be 20 centimetres of snow, which is about, 8'6"? 20 centimetres, 8'6" of snow. If temperatures plunge lower than forecast, there could also be snow further south than north. And why is it so cold? Well, it's because there's an active low-pressure system moving in from the Atlantic. Because it comes over here, takes our warmth, but the warmth fights back. Who do you think you are kidding, low-pressure system, if you think warmth's on the run? Because warmth is back next week, back up to 9 degrees, which is amazing for this time of year. And it's all thanks to global warming.
Thank you!
Which, of course, doesn't exist if you don't believe in science or numbers. This is a suspiciously keen call. What's this about? I haven't talked about anything yet. Just had the weather. Stepney, hello, John.
Hello there, mate. You were just saying about working out from Celsius to Fahrenheit.
Yes.
So what you have to do, you double it and then add 27.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Try it out. You're there within a couple of degrees, trust me.
Yeah, no, it's that's mathematically incorrect, but better luck next time. Thanks a lot, John. He's just trying to help me out. He was trying to do me a favour. Another satisfied customer. This says, my friend Graham was hung on his blazer on the coat pegs for dissing a religious education teacher. Hilarious for us, fire and brimstone for him. I don't know. I think, I don't think that religionists should be allowed near children. Hands up who's with me. Keep them up while I count. Now, from next June, coming to a television near you, advertising watchdogs are to ban gender stereotypes from TV commercials. And I wish them the very best of luck with that, because you'd have to pretty much take off every television commercial that exists, apart from the ones that have got cartoon characters on them, which are usually the organisations of the financial finagling variety, who are trying to persuade you that they're your friends. They're not your friends.
Warning! Warning!
I would tell you what gender stereotypes actually means, but as I am a man, I am therefore too stupid to understand. Advertisers aren't going to be allowed to show adverts like they used to. You know, in the good old days, when they showed a harassed woman being a bad mother until she saw the light and brought the correct washing up liquid. You're not going to be able to show a housewife tied to the stove. That's out. Now the housewife must only be shown hunting down terrorists or having a sex change. And companies will not be able to suggest that men are lazy or useless when it comes to doing things that they are lazy or useless at. Like doing the washing up, or the dusting, or the cleaning, or putting out the rubbish, or hanging out the clothes, or taking the kids to school, or feeding the cat, or walking the dog, or making the dinner, or combing their hair, or unseating a prime minister.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
How did that go, by the way? Oh, that was so weak. I was completely correct in every respect. This time last week, when I said that Mrs. M would flick the miscreants from her party like fluff off her bolero jacket. That was more or less the phrase that I used. And did she?
Yes.
You bet she did. She won by about 2/3 majority, which, according to Jacob Rees-Smug, means that she lost. You get the nerve on him. 52% of the 70-odd% that voted for the referendum means that we are definitely, absolutely, and totally leaving. The Remainers lost. You are losers, said Jacob Rees-Mogg, or words to that effect. So 52% is a winning score. 66% is apparently a losing score if he doesn't like the outcome. I didn't think that it was possible for him to look more ridiculous than he did, but he found a way. Anyway, that's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm trying to get a little way in without talking about Brexit. I think I mentioned the B word once, but I may have got away with it. So they're going to try and clean up television adverts. Now, you might think that there's a lot of work on other issues that may be more important to our health, wealth and happiness. But this is what the advertising watchdogs are concentrating on, probably because that's what they do for a living. The housewife tied to the stove, that's right out. Because women, of course, don't cook, apart from all of the ones that do. Men putting their feet up and being unsure about where the beans are kept, or in what cupboard the cling film is, or what the cat's name is. That's right out too, because, I don't know. I mean, that's what men are like, isn't it? It's like social engineering. So it's a sort of a soft way of engineering us into being people that we aren't, is the way it appears to me. Unless you know otherwise, in which case you must correct me. This is because we're not living in 2017 anymore. Things have moved on. Welcome to the new world, where any person, no matter whether they are male or female, can decide for themselves whether they are male or female. Or neither. Or both. No person must be pigeonholed in this brave new world, which must be openly accessible to people who are not brave. Or to people that don't identify as people. This is good news, because it will prevent boys and girls at a young age from being told how to play and what activities they should be interested in. And any girl that chooses to play with dolls or toy horses, and any boy that puts toy guns and racer cars on their list for Santa, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent allowed by law, and beyond. Unfortunately, it might be true that boys want to be soldiers and girls want to play at being mummy, not because evil advertising executives have brainwashed them into acting like that. It might be because that's what they're actually interested in. Did anybody think about that?
No.
It's part of our makeup, isn't it? And makeup, by the way, will henceforth only be marketed at men, along with adverts for cushions and shoes that hurt your feet but make your legs look great.
What we got here is a failure to communicate.
Yes, particularly a failure to communicate the correct stereotypes by advertisers on television, who seem to be stuck in reality. It's as though this sort of political correctness gone mad, isn't it? Political correctness has sort of seeped through into every aspect of our being and our society. Not being, society, that makes more sense. Now, it seems to me that political correctness started just as an agreeable way in which not to be rude. Just be nicer. But people chafed at the very idea of being nice. Are people nice?
No.
Of course not. And so they were aggrieved to be required to, put a sock in it. And just not to be so blooming awful. That, to me, was what political correctness was all about. It was a reaction against rudery. I mean, you could put it into 2 words. If only I could find it. There it is.
Be polite!
There you go. Be polite, or he'll kill you. But it seems to have got a little bit out of hand, almost as though we were so rude in previous decades that the pendulum has swung to the opposite extreme. And now we're being, we are examining our thoughts and feelings to such an extent now that nobody can say anything about any one or thing at all ever. I mean, that list that comedian was required to sign off, that he couldn't say this and he couldn't say that. I should have brought that list in. That was absolutely comical. There was no subject under the sun that this fellow was allowed to make a joke about when he was doing a charity for nothing. It was for a charity gig, and it was SOAS, wasn't it? The institution that does that looks at diseases and people's various oozings.
Disgusting.
Yeah. So the serious intent is to stop restricting certain jobs and activities to certain sexes. That's the overall plan. That is the little scheme of the advertising watchdogs. And they want to try to, not try to, they are insisting on it, that advertisers no longer portray people in stereotypical ways. But aren't stereotypes, don't they exist because they reflect the truth? Or the average? No longer will we be subject to stereotypes which depict boys as daring and girls as caring, even if, by and large, boys are daring and girls are caring. I mean, that's the way it is, because long before our species could reproduce by making a deposit in a test tube, women tended to be the ones that made the babies, while men went out of the cave to hunt for buffalo and bison. And don't get me started on what's the difference between a buffalo and a bison. I'm not going there again. These proposals are also going to outlaw adverts that suggest that people might not be successful in love or life because of their physique. If they don't look utterly gorgeous from top to toe, you cannot suggest that their lack of pulchritudinousness has got anything to do with it. Just because they're not gorgeous doesn't mean to say they're not getting any. Isn't that right, Donny?
Touch, feel, that's what I do.
Yeah, he touches, he feels, and then he pays them not to say anything about it out of campaign funds.
Oh, shut up!
Some companies are ahead of the curve on this. You won't see that advert for deodorant where the skinny bloke's hunted down by a pack of totally hot babes as soon as he dazzles himself in chemicals. I mean, it was so utterly unlikely that it seems impossible to believe that anybody would think that such a thing would come to pass. If you take that can of unctuous fumes and you splash it all over, that suddenly the 30 hot babes in bikinis are going to be running after you. Insatiable. But they've taken it off the air because apparently it gives the wrong message. I think it gives the right message. You know, if you smell like, how would you describe that smell? Desperation by Calvin Klein. If you smell like desperation, then, maybe you will. No, you won't. You just won't. As in, get any. Adverts that used to show the mother in the kitchen cooking Christmas dinner for the family will now have the father doing half the work because, that's exactly what happens these days. No more depictions of a man popping down to the pub on Christmas Day and getting home just in time to see the turkey coming out of the oven. From now on, he'll be shown crumbling a stock cube into hot water and then popping down to the pub to return just in time to see the turkey coming out of the oven. 0345 6060 973. There's more to this story. I'll get back to it in a second. But first, these people just keep calling and calling. Mile End. Hello, Harvey.
Hello, Nick. I'd like to talk about this global warming, supposed global warming.
Yes, there's no supposed about it. Just as it's cold outside, baby.
It's damn cold. Well, England is on the same latitude as Iceland.
Yes.
The Gulf Stream is
that
what
true?
keeps us warm. I believe it is.
We're on the same latitude as Iceland.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, I believe the only reason that we're warm is because of the Gulf Stream.
Correct. Yes, that's probably right. Yeah, I heard something of that vague description. Yes, I think you're correct.
Now, the North Pole, which everyone agrees is melting, all the glaciers, all that fresh water is diluting the seawater. Well, the Gulf Stream apparently, so the scientists say, works on the amount of salt, the concentration of salt in the sea.
Yes.
So when all those icebergs melt and dilute the salt in the sea, the Gulf Stream is going to slow up and stop.
Mm-hmm.
So
then we'll be in real trouble.
Real trouble. We're going to end up like Iceland.
Yeah.
And also, something else I heard about this when I listened to these programs on the radio, the amount of sunspots, the more sunspots there are, the more heat comes from the sun. Now, apparently, the sunspots are getting less and less, which means eventually there'll be less heat coming from the sun.
Yeah, don't they go in a curve? Sometimes they're up, sometimes they're down. I think there's about a 7-year period of...
Yeah, there are periods, the sun does have periods, but at the moment, apparently, so they said on the radio, they're getting less. So, all in all, I think we're due for a bit of an ice age in England. What about the rest of the world? But England is going to get a lot colder if this comes to be, which nobody knows when, but it apparently will happen, you know.
Right, and we don't care about anything that happens beyond our borders. It just, as far as we're concerned, it doesn't exist.
Yeah. It might be nice and warm in the rest of the world, but England's... Do you know, I saw a programme on the TV, it showed different colours for the different countries, for the temperatures, and, you know, some countries were bright red, others were orange, others were yellow.
Which country was orange? Don't tell us, I think we know.
England came out as dark green.
Dark green. Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Yowza.
Dark green.
So I thought, my God, I better buy another jacket and a woolly coat.
Yeah, don't go outside, Harvey, not for the next couple of months. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. You know, I can remember, and you probably can too, if you are a certain age, that in our youth, people used to say that we were headed for another ice age. And you keep hearing this over and over and over again. It's one of these pieces of misinformation that lodges into your mind and you just can't get rid of. You probably heard it once in the school playground when you were 14, and you've kept that with you your entire life, right? I heard somebody talking about this just the other day. Somebody in the know. An expert.
Oh, no.
Yeah, an expert was speaking, and remarkably, people were listening. And apparently, that piece of information came from a study, a small study, that was released to a scientific journal, and journalists at the time, as they do today, they read a piece of scientific, a piece of a scientific study that they did not understand. They took out one sentence and made a headline of it. They're still doing it to this day. I mean, how many times have you read that, cure for cancer has just been discovered? I mean, practically a day doesn't go by that the Daily Express isn't trumpeting the successful cure for some awful disease or other. But and the front page comes and goes and nothing happens, right? That's because the journalist, who has got no basis in medicine or science, doesn't understand what they're reading. And they don't care about maybe it does this and maybe it does that and qualifications and this and the other. They just want a big, shouty headline, and so they take something out of context and they write a story about it. And that apparently was what that we're all hang on. About what we're all headed for another ice age. It was a story taken out of context by a journalist, and then other journalists, being lazy sheep, they just said they just cut and pasted his story, and suddenly the entire planet thought we'd better go out and buy another woolly jumper.
I really like you. Do you like me?
Well, like such a strong word. 0345 6060 973, and I've looked it up so you don't have to. We're not on the same latitude as Iceland. Man doesn't know what he's talking about. But we are on the same latitude as places that are very, 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 very cold. I mean, where London is north of Chicago, for instance, and Chicago's blooming freezing. We're sort of up near Vancouver. Vancouver's so cold that they have to have their shops underground. Here is, let's have a call in Newcastle. Hello, William.
Hello. By the way, isn't Glasgow on the same latitude as Moscow?
Well, they rhyme, if that's any help.
Well, anyway, you brought up this topic of stereotypes and adverts and things. And,
yes.
do you remember that the show Walking with Dinosaurs?
Vaguely.
Yeah, well, they actually applied it to prehistoric animals because there was a thing there, these proto-mammals were in the burrow, and the female one went out hunting, but it was the male who stayed behind and tidied the burrow up. So it had already been applied to, prehistoric, but the hypocritical thing...
tidied the burrow.
Yeah, but I suppose he
fluffed sort of, the prehistoric cushions and dusted his knickknacks. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the thing at the other end, when it showed the actual hunting scene, it was an active male who attacked the female one. So you know what I mean? It's hypocritical.
Yeah. Well, they just made all that up.
Yeah, but I want to talk. You've got your Advertising Standards Authority, and you've got your Ofcom. Now they're hypocrites on this because they're on about stereotypes, but there has been an organisation for over a decade now been campaigning against the depiction of the inflicting pain on men in adverts and boys as well. Is presented as a bit of humour.
How do you mean?
Well, I mean, we're seeing adverts where they fall off ladders and things like that, and it's considered funny. Now, these characters think this is not funny, and I tend to agree with them because...
Well, I don't know. I mean, the basis
you're not allowed to have it the other way around.
Yeah, the basis of comedy is other people's misfortunes. Makes me laugh. Well, I'll give you another example. There was a national lottery advert on the radio a few years back. It has said, this week's lottery is as big as Brian the baboon's big red bottom. I don't recall that. It's the kind of thing that I would have remembered, but I do not recall that.
Yeah, well, it wasn't on this station, it was on other stations. Now, well, it might have been on this station.
Yeah, you don't know that. Just making it up now, William.
Well, it was originally Barbara the baboon's big red bottom.
Oh.
But because of the code that they're not allowed to make any jokes about women, you had to be turned into Brian the baboon. But the thing is,
because baboons are people too.
No, but it's only the female. It's only the female baboons.
Right. Oh, I see. Only the female baboons are women, are people. I understand. Sexist.
Yeah, but it's only sexist if it goes against women, but it's never sexist if it goes against men and boys, right?
Well, this is what they're trying to stamp out. This is the very thing they're trying to stamp out. Because I don't know if you've noticed that it wasn't even recently, it's over the last couple of decades, is that women stopped being the butt of jokes in adverts and men started to be the butt of jokes in adverts. It wasn't clueless women anymore, it was dopey, clueless men. And they got no idea where the baked beans were, and they didn't know where the cat food was, and they couldn't iron a shirt or any of these things.
Oh, well, I have seen, I can remember one advert in which the woman was shown as clueless, and I thought, how the heck did they get that on? But I don't remember what you were saying. So far as I can remember going back, it's always the men that get inflicted with accidents and all that for a laugh.
Yeah.
But it's quite serious, actually, because it's sort of it drifts out to other things like the health service. You know, you say to a hospital, why have you not got any adverts for men's health things and so on? Said, oh, men are not interested anyway, and they just laugh about it.
Men aren't interested in their health?
Well, that's their excuse, right? This is why for example, you only got £47,000 grant to research into prostate cancer from the state, but you got $3 million to research into breast cancer. Not that I'm saying that the breast cancer shouldn't have got the research, but £47,000 was a pathetic amount. Now you think of this. Now they've got a bit more money. You think of the progress they've made. That could have been achieved a couple of decades earlier, couldn't it?
If those figures are correct, then it doesn't seem right. But thanks for bringing it to our attention. Cheers, William. 0345 6060 973. This message says, of course we're not on the same latitude as Iceland. We're not even on the same longitude as Iceland. Yeah, well, the longitude part's got no... It doesn't matter one way or the other. That has nothing to do with it. Don't confuse the issue. It's confusing enough as it is. Steph says, nuns can be nasty. I had one crack me over the head with the good book, for simply remarking that she should get out more. I was 8 years old. And no, they don't form any fantasy. What does that mean? Nuns don't form any fantasy? What does that mean? Are you being rude?
Disgusting.
At this most hallowed time of the year? Oh God, I've just disappeared my whole page. One moment, please. This says, that's not SOAS. Sounds like you're thinking of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it's the London School of Tropical Medicine that examines people's oozings. SOAS does Chinese or something. One of those subjects that people are not going to require. I hate to be the one to break the news to you if you've just started learning a foreign language. Not only is it fascinating... Boring! I mean, really, so dull. What's the word for beer in French? Very, very boring. By the time you graduated, no one's going to be requiring a knowledge of a foreign language. Because Google will translate it for us in real time. I mean, they practically can do it at the moment. All of these things that people are doing and spending so long learning, like the law, for instance... it's not going to be required. There's a vast rooms, entire buildings of people who are doing things that they've spent years and years and years diligently studying for are going to be pushed out of a job by a robot, and it's all happening very, very quickly. As are the robots fighting back. Did you see that story about the factory where robots went berserk? This is the second robots go berserk story that I've read in the last couple of weeks. Not that I'm saying that there's that they have a plan or anything, but it looks like the rise of the machines to me.
Affirmative.
Lydia says, what do you think about the word nebulous being used in conjunction with Brexit? I think it's indistinct and amorphous. Thanks for asking, Lydia. 0345 6060 973. Here's calling Chelsea. Hello, Andrew.
Hey, Nick. Pulchritude was the noun you were grasping for earlier.
Pulchritudinousness.
Yeah, I mean, I read in the paper about these advertising guidelines, and the idea, it said, it was reported that they're not going to be allowed to suggest that improving your body in any way could possibly make you more attracted to the opposite sex. So we're going to be required to find people the size of planets attractive and skinny people unattractive. I don't know. There are differences between girls and boys, as you were mentioning. I don't know if you know about experiments that have been done actually with our deep, distant ancestors, the apes, and the baby ones. The baby boy apes, chimpanzees, tend to go for the trucks, and the baby girls tend to go for the dolls. So there are differences between boys and girls that go back millions of years. But one thing we've got in common, boys and girls, is that we do find attractive people attractive.
Attractive, yeah. By and large, I mean, some people have, very strange and bizarre tastes. which means that some people may be going to jail soon.
I will be so great to women. I cherish women.
Why did apart from the money part and the being in proximity to power part, why did so many attractive women go with Donald Trump? I mean, it's not as though it's not like he's a nice person or anything.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
So what's the attraction? I don't get it.
What's it about the multi-billionaire Donald Trump that first attracted you, as Mrs. Merton might have said?
Well, yeah, but that implies that he's generous. I mean, has Donald Trump ever been generous in any way, shape or form with anybody for anything?
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, well, one of the reasons that he's got so much money, apart from he got $400 million from his dad, is that he doesn't pay any contractors.
Right. But, I wanted to get back to these advertising codes. It's sort of arguing against reality. Like you said, these tropes, these ways of presenting reality in drama, fiction, advertising, you name it, are based on people's experience of the world. And, these kind of social engineering types want us to show things as they should be rather than as they are.
Well, yes, if an advertiser on television has got 30 seconds, then they have to compact their message into a very short period of time, so they don't really have the ability to set up and to contradict our expectations of gender roles. I mean, they have to assume that we're all on basically the same page. And I think that some stereotypes aren't invented for the purpose of being cruel. They exist because they're true.
People respond to things that are real, and I mean, advertising can be very clever and play with things and sort of stretch our brains and do it in a satirical way, but it needs to be based on reality. And the other thing I just wanted to say is completely different subject before I run out of time, is that your show makes me very happy.
Oh, that's nice of you. Dude! Here is Catford. Hello, Steve.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, equality, advertising.
Yes.
I don't think, unless it's in my subconscious and I'm being, some devil inside me is making me sexist or whatever it is.
Well, something is.
I don't think that I've ever felt better or more than or superior to a woman because of advertising. I just don't, and I don't really take any notice of it, really.
Let's try and break this apart, because you could be having this message inculcated into your subconscious subliminally, so you may feel that you aren't being affected by advertising, but it might be actually, affecting you fundamentally. So do you feel, or have you ever felt superior to someone just because they are not your chosen sex?
Never. But and I'll tell you why. My women. My mother was a woman, and she was very quite a striking character in a sense, and as was my sister. But
striking. She beat you? Is that what you're saying?
No, she was quite a character. Put it that way.
Right.
But she was a woman, and
that must have been awful for you, Steve.
I know it was. That's the problem. But I would be out kicking a ball around. I was brought up in the 60s and 70s, and
if anybody under the age of 20 is listening to this right now, kicking a ball around was something that people used to do outside.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Ask your parents what outside means.
So, and my sister liked making things. She liked doing dens and putting her dolls in places.
Making house. Making a nest.
No one told her to. Literally, particularly my mother would never tell her, go out with Stephen and kick a ball, But she didn't want to. My sister's far more successful than I am now. I mean, financially, and she's got a bloody big house, and I've got a little house, but it's still a house. But she's far more successful than I am in financially.
Because that is partly what they're trying to address, the sort of the reduction in people's horizons by being placed into one stereotypical path or another. You know, women must become the homemaker and men must go out and earn the money. But that's not the case anymore. But can such a thing be... does it even have anything to do with what toys you choose as a child? I mean, I had no desire. I can't recall a single time that I ever thought, oh, I'd like a tea set. But I did want an Action Man.
Exactly, yeah. I also taught a load of twaddle about Genesis and Yes and Rod Stewart, and you know, whereas girls weren't really that interested, whereas boys would sit around talking a load of old.
Well, yeah, we discussed. We actually come to blows about which is better, the Who or the Rolling Stones. You had to pick one. You couldn't choose both. You had to pick one. I picked the wrong one, but never mind.
Well, you chose the Who. I think.
Yeah, I did. I chose the Who. Yeah. No, the Who was one of the first bands I saw. In fact, it was the second gig I ever saw, and it was seared onto my brain to this day. You know, it was just absolutely phenomenal. But they don't have the back catalogue of the Rolling Stones.
Rock and roll!
They just don't.
They don't. But girls don't care about that stuff as a rule. I'm sorry, girls listening that do. But as a rule, growing up, I cared about who, you know, the.
That's true. Yeah, that is absolutely true. Boys used to talk about the Who and the Stones and Yes and Genesis, and girls would be dreaming about how boys looked who sang, whereas boys weren't remotely obviously. Look at those people that we were talking about, Yes and
they would
Genesis.
Not care who played drums on what.
Not remotely interested.
On that. No, they just liked the record, and that was it. And which I think is admirable. I wish I could be like
now,
that.
I wonder if it's the implication from this this missive on television advertising is that girls are sort of funneled into thinking that way. If they just weren't subject to so much propaganda about what the individual sexes should do and how they should act, then they too would be arguing which is better, Yes or Genesis.
Yeah, the poor little things. I mean, for God's sake, leave it to us. I mean, you know, I don't know. I mean, I still think Ringo's a better drummer than Keith Moon.
Well, I've come to lately respect. Did you see that a long series about drumming on, I think it was Sky Arts? There was about 4 or 5 episode hour-long shows about drumming, which was a bit too much drumming, but it gave me renewed appreciation of the drumming art. And I never thought that Ringo did anything at all. I thought that he was, you know, that there were the 3 Beatles and somebody in the back there who just didn't really do very much. But apparently he was pretty good.
He was. He played. See, we're doing boy stuff now. He played all the song. That's what he did. Whereas Keith Moon.
Oh well, he was just completely crazy. Yeah.
Whereas Ringo just played for
entertainingly
the song.
so, but you know, he was out there on his own. He was my favourite drummer of all time, Keith Moon. Not for his drumming ability, just because The Muppets must have based Animal on Keith Moon. Is that commonly known, or am I just making that up?
He did. I mean, Keith Moon looked. If you look at any footage of Keith Moon drumming, he loves it. He's there.
I talked to the guy who introduced the band at the show that I saw, which was the Who Put the Boot In tour, 1977 or 6 in Glasgow. They did 3 dates. One at I think Millwall Football Club. One at
Charlton.
Charlton. That's right. Excellent memory there, Steve. Check out the big brain on Steve. and one was in Glasgow, and the fellow that introduced them on stage told me that just before he went on, Keith Moon had his girlfriend whip him, and not a little bit, a lot, just in order to psych him up.
Wow, that never happened in my band, I have to say.
Yeah,
But,
or Yes, or Genesis, I warrant.
no,
little too middle class and sensible for that kind
they
of
probably
behaviour.
read poetry and...
Oh, yeah, exactly. Anyway, Steve, it looks like we've come to the end of our allotted period, and I think that the answer is Styx.
It's correct. Well done.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. Gotta go. 034. Actually, the answer is REO Speedwagon. Is it Journey? Yes, it is. In fact, let's play Loving, Touching, Squeezing right now. Well, I'll just pause while my glamorous assistant winds that up. Loving, Touching, Squeezing by Journey. Let's get it on. Hey!
Rock and roll!
We haven't got it.
Your call's important to us.
Yes, I better take this call right now because it would be rude not to. She's been hanging on a dog's age. Carnforth. Hello, Annie.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
I'm great, mate.
Good.
So we're discussing this television advertising thing, and TV advertisers are being instructed now to ban gender stereotypes from their commercials.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good thing. I must say I have to disagree with you when you're saying...
Got something wrong again. Why can't I do my research?
And that last phone call, that was just had me laughing, actually. Just a pair of blokes talking about
Nazi,
gender stereotypes,
sexist.
Really? I mean, girls don't like talking about music. They're just interested in the male stars. Oh, come on, please.
Well, when you were at school, who did you have written? What bands did you have written on your school bag?
Well, I don't.
Donny
I wrote
Osmond.
Things on my get lost. What do you think I am? I was when I was a schoolgirl. I taught myself to play guitar and sing, and I used to do things like Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, Leonard Cohen.
Well, how old were you? Wait a minute. How old were you when you were into Leonard Cohen and Joni Mitchell?
About 16.
Okay, so I'm not talking about 16. Yeah. I'm talking about girls and boys.
Oh, little girls.
Exactly.
Well, I can't really remember. Actually.
Donny Osmond.
No, not Donny Osmond. I seem to remember that one of the first records I got was The Israelites by what was his name? Desmond Decker.
Desmond Decker, yeah.
Yeah, because I think that was one of the first singles I ever bought. God, I can't remember when I was really little. I was about 10. Oh, and the Beatles. I had some Beatles singles when I was really little. But yeah. Anyway.
Well, no, okay. Which Beatles singles? But one of the first four. Please, please me, love me do. One of those.
EPs. I had some EPs like A Hard Day's Night, and I had a Simon Garfunkel EP as well.
Well, weren't you a groovy young girl?
Well, girls do like music. They don't just like the stars and everything. I must say I had a best friend who really, really liked David Bowie, and I liked David Bowie too, but I wasn't, crazy about David Bowie. She dragged me off to see David Bowie in Manchester when I must have been about 17 or 18, I don't know.
Which tour was that?
It was Aladdin Sane.
Wow.
And she
had to drag you to go and see the Aladdin Sane tour.
Well, not drag me, but I like Bowie, but I wouldn't have. I don't know if I'd have gone on because it wasn't even in a big venue. It was in a.
This just gets worse, Annie. I'd like a time machine to go back in time to swap tickets with you.
Yeah,
for anything.
It was in a nightclub, and he was just like on a stage, that was about a couple of feet high, and we were all. I was very worse for the wear, actually. I
hope you suffered greatly.
I don't remember that much about it, actually, but it was good, and I do like Bowie, but she was really, really into Bowie. And we used to talk about bands, but not in this kind of like, oh, this band's better than the other band and that artist's better than the other one. We just used to talk about bands we liked, and especially with artists like Joni Mitchell and Neil Young, about the lyrics of the things. And
but I don't think that's common behaviour for young people of either sex, is it? Really? I mean, it's all a bit tribal. Because I can remember in school, you did pick a band, and then it's like picking a football team. A football team not in your vicinity. Like when I were a lad, Leeds United was the very thing. And so, going to school near Chelmsford, I suddenly became a Leeds United fan. Why? Because they were doing well, I suppose. And bands are kind of the same thing. It's like what we got today. Everybody picks a side and then becomes part of that gang and then defends the gang to the death.
I think that's a bit of a boy thing. I do think that's more...
Well, see, now that's the most sexist thing I've ever heard.
Well, I do think, and that's what I was going to say to you. Gender stereotypes, they're not a reflection of the truth. They're socialisation. And we're socialised from the minute we're born. Babies, there was some research about babies, actually, where they put the babies, they swap them round from, like they're meant to wear pink and blue and everything. So they put the boy babies in pink things and the girl babies in blue.
Yeah.
And they had adults with them. And when the babies cried, if they were boy babies, the adults will pick them up, jiggle them on their knee and say, "Oh, there, don't cry, come on," and then try and sort of distract them and not let them cry. But if the ones that they thought were little girls cried, then they picked them up, cuddled them to them and said, "Oh, poor you, oh, never mind." And so we're treated very differently right from birth by the adults around you. And advertising is just it's a reflection of socialisation, but it's also reinforces it. It's very powerful advertising, otherwise they wouldn't do it, would they?
But you're suggesting that that people don't have any free will. They don't have anything in them that would propel them towards nurturing behaviour or aggressive behaviour. And I'm not sure that's true. It's not all socialisation, surely.
No, I'm sure it's not 100% socialisation, but I think socialisation is very powerful. I mean, for example, when I was a teenager, Twiggy was the model that was fashion, the thing, and Twiggy was impossibly thin. I mean, I'm quite sure she was anorexic when she was younger, and so all the girls, aspired to be really thin like Twiggy, and I've always, and a lot of women, I think, have not necessarily eating disorders, but disordered eating. They're always dieting. When I was in my teens and 20s, I was always dieting. I always wanted to be really, really thin, like Twiggy. And yet, even when I got a bit older and I realised on an intellectual level that that's a load of nonsense, and that women shouldn't have to look in a specific way, whatever the stereotype is at the time or whatever the fashion is at the time. Psychologically, I never really have got out of that. I've never liked myself unless I'm fairly thin. And I wouldn't say I'm definitely not anorexic, but I think a lot of women have disordered eating, and that's to do with stereotypes. And now look at the way girls are today. They're altering their bodies at a really young age. They want a tiny nipped-in waist, big boobs, and a big bottom apparently now as well. And they're actually going and having surgery because that's the stereotype. That's what they're being fed by the media of how they should look, and that's terrible. It's really sad.
Well, I'm not sure that, yes, I would agree with that, but I'm not sure that television advertising is to blame. I think that's more of an internet thing, and it's not even advertising, is it? Well, I suppose it's partly
I think it's
advertising
all part
in
of
a
it.
sense.
It's not just advertising, obviously, but advertising is just a reflection of society, isn't it? But at the same time, it is reinforcing. It's reinforcing it, though, isn't it, through advertising? Look at women's magazines and, these pictures of these perfect models that have all been photoshopped and touched up and everything. And, girls are... In fact, one of my young carers was talking to me the other day, and she's only 21, and she said she stopped going on social media now because people are always comparing each other and, comparing their bodies and, this selfie thing and taking pictures all the time. And she said she was getting really depressed with it, and she got an app where she could actually make her body the shape she wanted, take a picture, and it would portray this completely, different picture of herself. Yeah. And in the end, she's just said she had to come off it all because she was getting really depressed by it.
Many studies have said just that following people on social media, looking at their fabulous lifestyles, which of course don't really exist, they just edit their lives to make it look like that way is depressing. Of course it is. I mean, if you're constantly being told that your miserable life isn't up to par and everybody else is having much more fun than you, then yeah, you're going to be depressed. But where does this kind of thing stop? Are models not now supposed to be good looking? Because you could say, well, they're not this impossible physical type that is being portrayed with a nipped-in waist and a big bum and the big boobs and the pouty lips and a whole. I mean, some people, very, very few people, actually do look like that, but almost nobody else does. But then where do you stop? I mean, if our designers who make clothes, are they supposed to have lumpy, ugly people wearing their clothes? Because that's what would happen in real life, but it probably wouldn't sell many clothes to those ugly, lumpy people.
I think they should just have ordinary people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Ugly, lumpy people. That's ordinary people.
We don't want. I think even actually in Paris now they are stopping having really, really thin models. They are more. Yeah,
I'm not talking about really, really thin. That's an exaggeration which nobody should aspire to. But I'm just talking about ordinary, average people these days. You take a picture of them in harsh light, they will look ugly and lumpy. I know I do.
But, I do think with particularly with fashion advertising, that it's impossible stereotypes that most women can't really fit into. And it has been for years and years, ever since the 60s, really, the thin thing, some kind of a version of that. It's kind of changed a bit over the years, but there's always a stereotype of female beauty that we're meant to aspire to. And if you're not like that, then it can just make you feel really bad about yourself.
Yeah, I don't think we should restrict this. Body. Yeah, we shouldn't restrict this argument just to female body shapes either, because I'm sure that there's just as many men in adverts who have unrealistic physiques. And boys in gyms are taking steroids and God knows all what to try to match up to that, and it's impossible because those blokes probably don't look like that in real life.
No, and I think that's something that's really happened over the last maybe 20 years or so, because I remember when I was young, blokes weren't so bothered about, they didn't give a, toss really. They just, went out looking really scruffy.
Yeah.
And
some still don't.
I cherish women.
Gym, and didn't even bother putting deodorant on or anything. Men just were like, just, do you know what I mean?
Smelly, lumpy, ugly and hairy. Yeah.
Now they've got to be putting makeup on, tweaking their eyebrows and waxing their chest. Oh, some of them are, aren't they? There's makeup for men. They all have their chest, well, not all, but a lot of them have their chest waxed. And
when men walk around the West End of your local city carrying their shoes because the ones they went out in are uncomfortable, then that will be a moment of quiet reflection for us all. Annie, I'm going to have to go. But I'm talking to a person called Des in Woolwich. Des.
Oh, hi, Nick. Glad to have you back.
Des. Back?
Oh, sorry. My mistake.
Where have I been?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering, because I haven't heard your voice for a while.
Well, I don't know where you've been, Des. Have you been away?
No, I haven't. Just been depressed, inside, and lonely.
Been depressed, right? Okay. Well, I've been here.
Oh, okay. Well, Nick, seriously, what I wanted to say, I just listened to your last caller, and I need your guidance on this. It's not factual-based, opinion-based, but I would be bold as to submit it as factual-based. I think this thing about size started with Jennifer Lopez and progressed on to Beyonce, who came out with the coinage bootylicious. Prior to that, the trend was for people to look the Twiggy size. But before Lopez, I can't remember, correct me if I'm wrong, I can't remember a time where people of a particular size or that size were glorified. Getting on to Beyonce with the big hips, bottoms, and all that. It was post that period. That's when that developed.
So it's Beyonce's fault?
It's not my fault. No, what I'm saying is, it's not the media's fault. That's what your last caller was saying.
Yeah.
I think it's the celebrity culture, which again, the media, there is the help to promote.
Well, they can. I don't know about promote, but they reflect it. But celebrity culture is actually people become celebrities because people identify with them, or they identify with a person that they want to become like. It's not by accident. Some alien creature doesn't suddenly appear and become enormously successful and people want to be like them. It's more like somebody comes along that looks like somebody that people already want to be like.
That might be very true, but I'll give a very, very recent example. Look at the I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, right? Everything Ollie Willoughby wears, everyone wants to buy that. Why? Because people in television and the papers. Exactly.
Well, I'm at a disadvantage here. I've never seen that program, and I don't know who Holly Willoughby is. If I tripped over Holly Willoughby in the street, I would have no idea who she is. I mean, I wear it as something of a badge of pride. It's just ignorance on my part, because I understand that she's, a cultural phenomenon. Is she? I don't know. But I don't care about I'm a celebrity, get me out of anywhere.
Could that be selective ignorance or preferred ignorance?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
All right, okay, that's all right then. But the point I was trying to make
I'm not just selectively ignorant, I'm generally ignorant.
Oh, no way, Nick. Right, the point I was trying to make is it's a celebrity culture assisted by the media. When I mean the broad sense,
I see. It's my fault.
All right, no, it's not my fault. I wanted to get rid of that false word. It's not my fault.
I see what you're saying. And so, essentially, when the television advertising people are saying, we're going to put a stop now to stereotypical depictions of people on TV ads, it's not that they're shutting the door after the horse has bolted. They're actually shutting the wrong door. Because it's not television advertising that's the problem, it's celebrity culture now that's the problem, and has completely overtaken TV ads. I mean, honestly, does anybody even watch television advertising anymore?
No.
I mean, I watch it at 30 times normal speed, which is an impediment to me choosing to buy their products. I think you people are wasting your money. You want to advertise on the radio instead. People will be delighted to listen to your adverts on the radio.
Well, that's why I divide my time between, I've spent I do a 90-10. 90 radio, 10 telly.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear it. Thanks a lot, Des. Welcome along to this brand new medium. I hope that you enjoy it. 0345 6060 973. Here's some messages. Linda says, now that we know that the weather is coming, I'm sure that we can all safely assume that our councils have leapt into action and sent out thousands of gritting lorries to look after us. Yeah. She says we could also rub Donny T up and down the roads using the residual heat of his suntan to defrost the entire UK. You'd think that a man that spends as much time looking in the mirror as Donald Trump does would notice that he's got panda bear eyes. I mean, presumably he has one of those tanning beds that he spends, maybe he sleeps in it. It is a bizarre shade of orange that he's managed to tan himself into. But he obviously wears big goggles in order to protect his eyes, even though he looks directly at the sun when there's an eclipse on. But, in a bed, he's followed the instructions. Probably has an assistant place them on there, but the result is that his eyes are totally white and the bit around is completely orange. Has he not noticed that? James says, in this brave new world of blissful equality, will we see the back of those two women in the yogurt adverts who lie about while watching oiled up toga clad men fetch for them? Just saying. And this says, John Lennon said Ringo wasn't even the best drummer in the band. Never mind about the world's best drummer. He wasn't even the best drummer in the Beatles. Yeah, mind you, Keith Richards said about John Lennon, he was a silly bleep. One of the many bad things that Keith Richards said about John Lennon, and he was probably completely correct in every respect.
Affirmative.
something of a bizarro. And the least interesting beetle. No, the second least interesting beetle. Or the third. Durham. Hello, Margaret.
Hi.
Margaret.
Hi, Nick. I'm the lady, we've spoken before, I'm the lady who admits to having worn the same outfit twice. And I buy my own furniture. So that's me. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the most beautiful people I've met in my life don't conform with the image that is there. And I wrote an article for my local paper that said, these women in pursuit of perfection, physical perfection, they go to creme de la, creme de ho, creme de, they are desperate to look young. And I followed this through in the article and I said, if this woman took upon herself every available means of being young, and then suddenly you go to visit your dying mother on her deathbed and the face on the pillow looks 28. It's obscene, it's disgusting. You cannot defy time. Nobody can. And women are so susceptible. They're spending millions of money, millions of pounds on creams.
Yeah, none of that actually makes any sense to me. I mean, from a scientific point of, from a physiological point of view, does it make? I mean, can you make your body fitter by applying cream to it? No.
No.
So why do you think that your face would be any different?
Well, your face is where you take it. If you say I can make my face look younger by spending thousands of pounds on creams, you can't.
But it doesn't make any sense, though. I mean, if you think about it, how does a person make their body look younger? You go and exercise, right?
Yes.
You don't just cover yourself in goo, and suddenly your body looks like like a fit young person's. No, you go to the gym, you exercise. So why does cream on one part of your physiology make the slightest bit of difference when it wouldn't on another? The whole concept
women do this.
is just mad.
They get up every morning. They exercise. They've got trainers. They've got.
Yeah, well, exercise is one thing that has obvious results.
Exactly.
But people don't exercise their face. They just put cream on their face.
Exactly.
That makes no sense to me.
And to what? To what? What is the aim? The aim is to look younger than you are. And
well,
really?
No, but see, that implies that there is a certain look associated with a certain age. And if that's true, it's only because in previous ages we used to die when we were young, so that implies that we used to look worse at every age in that time, and people didn't used to exercise and didn't used to take care of them. Well, no.
So you got all these women now say, I will not look my age. I will exercise.
Yeah, you're not listening to what I'm saying. What does look your age actually mean? Because if you said, what did people look like when they were 50, 100 years ago, well, they probably look like death warmed up. But people can look like 30 when they're 50 now, if they take care of themselves and they eat well and they sleep well and they drink a lot of water and they do exercise and
good.
keep out of the sun and all that stuff.
It's becoming an obsession. There was some celeb recently who said, my hands are letting me down. Her face was all right, her body was all right, but her hands were letting her down. How pathetic is that?
She needs a hand lift. I'll put her in touch with a specialist. Thanks, James. Oh no, I read that one. Neil says, diet articles were being written for women hundreds of years ago. And that men are attracted to good-looking women, they want to be good-looking. What? Men are attracted to good-looking women, they want to be good-looking. Women are attracted to alpha males, men want to be... This makes no sense. Shall I have another go at it?
No.
Men are attracted to good-looking women, they want to be good-looking. Women are attracted to alpha males, men want to be alpha males. It's not sexist, it's sexual instinct. I think that made almost sense the last time I read it. Don't make me read it again. Ealing, hello, Paul.
Hiya,
Paul.
First off, it wasn't John Lennon that said Ringo wasn't the best drummer in the Beatles. It was actually Jasper Carrott was on a TV show, on a radio show called Radioactive on the 6th of October 1981, and he made that gag, and it just became part of pop culture. So there's a little fact check for you.
Huh.
Yeah. Thanks, Jasper Carrott. Thanks for nothing.
Well, Jasper Carrott is one of the only comics I've ever seen that made me actually fall off my chair. I mean, I know it's something that people say, I laughed so much I fell off my chair, but I've only ever fallen off my chair to one comic, and it was Jasper Carrott. He was properly funny. He was doing, this was before he was a big thing on TV, and he was playing the Edinburgh Festival in a tiny, tiny little, I think it was the same lecture theatre with about 50 people in it that I saw Ian Dury in before he released New Boots and Panties. A microscopically small theatre at the Edinburgh Festival, and he was doing his car crash claim forms routine. Do you ever see him do that?
No, I should look that up.
Hilarious. He is a properly funny man.
And his daughter, it runs in the family as well. He's got acting genes. His daughter's was Lucy Davies, who was in The Office and a bunch of other stuff.
Really?
An actress as well.
Huh.
Yeah. This sexual chemistry thing and the whole gender debate about women looking younger and men looking younger as well. I'm married with a kid, but I want to look nice for my wife. It's got literally nothing to do with the fact that I'm trying to attract attention from other people. I want to look nice for my wife, and my wife wants to look nice for me. It's just nice.
Well, when you say, really? I wonder if that's people's general experience. How long have you been married then?
Well, we've known each other for about 14 years, and we've been married for about 8 years.
Do you not let yourself go? I mean, when are you going to let yourself go, Paul?
Well, I mean, emotionally, daily, but I don't know. Physically, it's nice to stay. It's nice to stay on top of things. Lead a bit of a healthy life. But moreover, I'd feel guilty if I sort of let myself go, and then I have no right to complain that my wife let herself go. It's like a nice mutual understanding that we both like to look nice for one another.
Yeah, but when you say nice, you just mean fit, right? I mean healthy.
Yeah, if you look like a sandblasted tomato, there's very little you can do about it. But if you're a little bit podgy, you can get down the gym, you can change your eating habits, you can do all sorts of stuff.
But see, that doesn't sound like you're doing it for somebody else. That sounds like, and this is not a criticism, but that sounds like you're doing it for you.
Well, you're quite right. It's 50% for her, and it's 50% for me, because I like to look good and feel good. It makes like all the endorphins I get going to the gym, doing sort of circuit training, doing HIIT classes, playing football with my mates in the park.
Kate Moss got a lot of stick for saying, I think it was something along the lines of, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Now, if she just replaced the word skinny with healthy, then she wouldn't probably have been criticised so much.
So my wife as well works for a very successful agency employing models, and they've replaced that. And now Kate, if you hear sort of her latest interviews and things, she deeply regrets having said that, because I think she set back the idea of models and modelling by several years in saying that, because she thought, oh God, they really are dumb. They can do without food and they can do without this and that. She deeply regrets saying that, but moreover, now the mantra has become, and if you go into sort of shops, in fact I saw some today along the high street as we were doing some Christmas shopping, they've replaced that mantra with strong, not skinny. So the point of going to the gym and the point of working out and having a healthy routine is not particularly so you're all skin and bone, but that you're healthy and you have a good amount of muscle ratio, and that your body is fit and healthy and able to deal with things like walking up the stairs if the escalators are broken in the tube and things like that. It's strong, not skinny. So
but I'm not sure that the fashion industry I don't think that it actually had anything to do with Kate Moss saying that. I think it was the case in the fashion industry long before she before anybody even knew what she sounded like, because she was a part of our lives, whether you liked it or not, for a decade or more before anybody actually heard her speak.
Well, see what you think of this. So, some of the girls that are employed, because commercial fashion is very different to editorial fashion. Commercial fashion is when you go into a high street chemist or you go into a department store and you look around on the beautician counter and you see perfumes advertised, you see lipsticks advertised. That's commercial modelling. And, fridge freezer, there's a man and a woman sat next to a fridge freezer. That's commercial modelling. Editorial modelling is stuff in Vogue. It's very edgy. They've got very edgy haircuts. They look kind of gaunt and strange.
Yeah, like they're all on heroin.
That's exactly right. And it's heroin chic, and they employ people that look like that because they don't want to distract from the fashion, from the clothes.
Oh, it's distracting. They've failed in that regard. So you can't look at anything else. Those kids look like they're dead.
To you and I, absolutely. But what they don't want to do is to have somebody voluptuous and busty and pretty walking down the aisle with their fashion on, going, "Wow, she looks great."
Yeah, I think the reason they don't want curvaceous is because it detracts from the hang of the clothes. They want right. Women who have the body of a coat hanger.
That's exactly right. They're looking for coat hangers. And a lot of women from Eastern Europe are built that way naturally. So they employ a lot of very young 18, 19-year-old Eastern European girls to come over. And some of them have been known, and I don't know if this is a great story or not, but to eat a tampon at the beginning of their shift, at the beginning of the week, so that whenever they feel hungry over the course of 2 days that they're here, they
just drink some blue water. Yeah.
A tampon blue one, yeah, like in the adverts, because we all know that's what it looks like. They expand and make them feel full, and they can get away with, the cigarettes and tampon diet.
Yeah, well, tampons are the snack that you can eat between meals without ruining your appetite. Any fool know that. Paul, thanks a lot, mate. I've got to go. Cheers. 0345 6060 973. John says, when talking about money, does anybody realise how big an amount of a million or billion is? What? See, none of these actually make any sense. When talking about money, full stop. As though that's a sentence. Does anybody realise how big an amount of a million or billion is? If you sat down at your kitchen table and decided to count to 1 billion, counting up 1 second intervals, it would take you over 31 years. Wow, you've just blown my mind, John. Groovy. I've no idea what you're talking about. Tony says, talking about feet. Feet? He or she said, was Tony with an I, not Tony with a Y, because Tony with an I goes I, not I. Talking about feet, my mum spent all her youth wearing those shoes that made her legs look good, but you should see her legs now, and her feet. She wears clodhoppers, especially made by the hospital. And all because the lady loved those crippling shoes. Yeah, get out of your stupid shoes. And this goes to you too, Mrs. M. Michael says, is it still okay to market cat food to, cats? And anyone have a dog victimised by this? In the B topic, can we call a draw and play noughts and crosses instead? No, we can't. See, a few years ago, Asda was criticised over a TV advert at Christmas that showed a mother doing all the work, buying presents, making the dinner, and everybody else relaxed and had fun. And they were criticised for that. Well, maybe Asda shouldn't have been criticised. Maybe it should be every family that has ever existed since the dawn of time that let that become the norm that should have been criticised. There's this notion abroad that, maybe they don't think they're going to change society. They're just helping in a little way. The advertising authority have ruled that from next summer, stereotypical versions of male and female roles in society shall not be put on television adverts. All that is going to be out. Last year, a baby milk firm caused controversy by showing a girl growing up to become a ballerina and a boy becoming a rock climber. Because of the excellence of their product. And people are criticising them about that too. Why should the girl become a ballerina and the boy become a rock climber? Well, the chances of a man becoming a ballet star and a woman becoming a rock climber are relatively slim. I mean, it's just showing if one had one occupation and another did another, then that's the way round it's most likely to be. But there's a publisher of a climbing magazine in America called Rock and Ice, and they said that their own survey showed that 70% of the regular climbers in the United States were male. See, I ain't just making this stuff up. 70%. This is people who do that climbing stuff for a living. And then there's the International Foundation for Women Artists, and they said that 77% of US dancers are female. So it could be that the boy grows up to be a ballet dancer and the girl grows up to be a rock climber, but that's not as likely as the other way around. So why does it from now on it have to be the less likely option? And is it so bad if women do become dancers and men do become rock climbers? What's so bad about that, by the way? Just because it may be considered stereotypical. Aren't stereotypes just a reflection of reality? Unless that's a controversial thing to say, in which case I retract. Roger says the insistence of being politically correct all the time probably explains why there are very few funny TV shows these days. Which is, maybe that's true. I mean, I was trying during the course of that break to think of a modern television program that actually makes me laugh, and I couldn't think of any. I mean, I just kept coming up with things that were made decades ago. I mean, there's a lot of sitcoms that made me laugh, and they continue to make me laugh no matter how many times I see them, like Third Rock from the Sun and some of the early Frasers and, good stuff like that. Larry Sanders, there's plenty of old TV programs that make me laugh, but I can't think of a single comedy that's new that I look forward to as a treat. Rubbing your hands with glee, you think, oh, I wonder what laughs they're going to be disseminating this time. I can't think of a single thing. Is there anything funny anymore under the sun? Camden, hello, Adam.
Good evening, Nick. How are you, mate?
I am great, mate.
Do you know, before I get started, do you know who you remind me of on your show on LBC?
I remind you of somebody on LBC?
Yeah, two other presenters.
Two others? Well, I'm a combination of two other presenters on LBC.
Yes, I bet you haven't thought of who they are.
I've got no idea.
Okay, so one is James O'Brien.
Yeah, well, the amount of times I've heard that. You, James O'Brien.
And the second one is Nigel Farage.
Oh, get lost. I do not sound like Nigel Farage.
I'm a nutcase.
No, the content of what you think. That's what I'm referring to.
We don't agree on anything.
Okay, I was teasing you. Okay, so listen, I'm a millennial. I'm of the millennial generation. I'm in my early 30s. I look after myself. I moisturize, exfoliate, and it's true. I think. What's so funny?
I don't know. It's not the concept of moisturising and exfoliate. Well, that is slightly amusing. It's the way that you said it, Adam.
Okay, well, it's a good thing, and I'm Asian, right?
I don't know. Is it?
It is, and I'm now seeing more white English people.
Exfoliating. What do you want to do that for? I mean, your skin will naturally exfoliate. That's what it does.
No, you've got to encourage the dead skin to come off.
I'm not sure. Your dead skin will fall off in chunks in due time. Don't worry about that.
No, but I am noticing now more like British Asian guys. We always, even since the 90s, were always about kind of more looking after ourselves. And I'm noticing that more with white English guys now, because my mates at uni, they were very relaxed. But these days, I think there's a positive, isn't there? They're drinking less as well. Have you noticed that with the new generation?
No.
It's happening. They're smoking much less, and it is fighting.
I'm not sure that's true. Is it? Are the kids smoking less these days? I thought there was an uptick in smoking, particularly because out of alongside this vaping thing that is it's just the very thing these days.
It is, but that's far less
Well, it doesn't matter if it's less. It's still putting something in your mouth and inhaling smoke. I mean, you don't actually set fire to it, but it's
less
second
than
verse.
20% nicotine.
Well, it doesn't make any difference. It's an
compared
increase
to
of
normal cigarette.
Yeah. Well, whatever. It's not taking care of yourself, is my point.
But I am worried because as we age right now, I'm looking after myself much more. I do wonder when you're 50, 60, it must be difficult, the way people look.
Well,
so it is.
I'm sure it's a lot easier if you maintain a certain level of fitness in your youth. If you start when you're 60, having had a sedentary life up to that point, then you'll probably find it, a little bit difficult.
And I also think it's to do with your salary, your earning potential as well. Like middle class people, they tend to have better diets and they look after themselves more. And that's why when I look at old English people that are middle class, they always look better. I'm sorry, but then you get those types from Blackpool. I don't know. There's just such a difference when I look at them. I don't know what it is.
Yes. It shouldn't come as any surprise that having a lot of money does have an effect on your health.
Yeah, it's true. I see it. The way people, my friends.
The Queen is what, 150 years old, something like that. And she has a cloud of people around her attending to her every need. No wonder she looks so good.
Yeah. And the trick in life, right, is to keep things simple. So in terms of your food intake, keeping things simple, all of this numbers that we eat, all of this, it's interesting because Asians in Asia, they don't have the same cardiovascular diseases that us Europeans have. And it is because they don't rely on processed food. I'm telling you, there's a lot of truth in that, and that's why they age better. So we are almost creating this problem for ourselves because we want to eat fast, we don't have time to sit down, so things are all in packages, and God knows the impact plastic has on the food, which is contaminated by particles within the plastic. It all adds to this. So I think, anyway, back to that point about the gender stereotypes, I think there is a lot of truth in that. And I do think that we should celebrate men and women's gender differences and their roles in society.
Well, see, now this is back to our topic, or what I was talking about earlier, and this is the coming from next June. Advertising watchdogs are going to be banning gender stereotypes from television commercials. My point was, or one of the things that I said, is that it's not television adverts that are the problem. They are simply reflecting what we're like. If they didn't reflect what we were like or what we want to be, then they wouldn't sell the products that are associated with those adverts. So it's not TV's fault, it's our fault.
But also, I think it's a Western society thing. My mum is a very proud Asian woman who loves to cook. To her, it's a big part of her life. And I know a lot of New Age feminists will say, but that's restricting her to a certain role. She can achieve more than that, but she enjoys that. She feels as a woman.
Exactly. So this is what I was talking about before. This is the baby milk advert, which showed a girl growing up to be a ballerina and a boy becoming a rock climber, and they got a lot of stick for it. Huge amounts of controversy because they were gender stereotypical roles. The woman becomes a ballerina and the bloke becomes a rock climber. But that's if you had to bet money on on either or being associated with the boy or the girl, then you'd be nuts not to bet that the woman was going to become a ballerina and the boy was going to become a rock climber.
Absolutely concur with you, Nick. May I give one more example? There's a lot of talk about, and I'm for gender equality, I really am, right? But I don't buy this notion that the reason why girls don't go into STEM cell subjects is because of misogyny. It's not. Girls often choose not to go into science, technology, engineering. It's like, how many men do you know who are midwives? Do you know what I mean? There isn't that many who choose that role. There are men who are nurses, but not many. So we have to appreciate the brain of a man and a woman, what makes us tick, what our strengths and weaknesses relate to what we want to do later on in life.
Okay, you almost said something controversial there. I think you just managed to pull back from the edge just in the nick of time. Thanks a lot, Adam. 0345 6060 973. I mean, must adverts now only show scenarios that are unlikely in order to reverse years of stereotypical messages? Well, no, because ads will still be able to show unnaturally good-looking people doing glamorous things because they've picked the right holiday, or toothpaste, coffee, or bank, or credit card, or butter substitute. There still won't be ordinary people on adverts. Even television and film ordinary people aren't ordinary. They're just not fantastically gorgeous. And it does strike you when you see somebody in a starring role on TV or in the cinema that aren't fantastically good looking and are presented to us as quotes normal looking people. Even the normal people aren't normal looking. So I think maybe they've got an uphill task here to change society, but I suppose you've got to start somewhere, right? I just want to wipe up this subject, maybe talk about something else in a minute, but I was struck by this missive from the advertising watchdogs who say that from next summer they will be banning gender stereotypes from TV commercials. Now, there's a lot of stereotypes on television, but I think that gender stereotypes aren't necessarily the it of it. I mean, when I see a bloated man with a gut so large that he can't see his feet on television selling beer, then I'll believe that all the stereotypes have been removed from TV advertising. Because there are no fat people selling a beer on television, or anything for that matter. When I see a woman passed out drunk on the street with her shoes in her hand selling Alco-Pops, then I'll believe that stereotypes have been removed from TV. How about a mother clearing up after her children that she doesn't really like? You've never seen that on television. Or a man using his new prescription eyeglasses to ogle the woman behind his wife would be a description of reality. Unfortunately, reality doesn't sell. Because people are buying those products to try to change their reality. You know, boys who buy body spray that could peel the paint off a car because they aren't getting any sex, they want to be chased by a bevy of babes. If you showed some scrawny oik coating himself with that stuff and going out in the pool and failing to score anyway, that might be more realistic, but isn't going to sell much smell, is it? Show someone old and tired using rejuvenating cream without success if you want real. And see how much of that goop you shift. Show someone fat trying to lose weight by eating diet breakfast cereal. And after months of that, still can't squeeze their bulk behind the steering wheel to go down to the shops to get some more. That's real life. But does anybody want to buy real life?
Negative.
The Committees of Advertising Practice said harmful gender stereotypes have no place in UK advertisements. They said harmful gender stereotypes in ads contribute to how people see themselves and their role in society. They can hold some people back from fulfilling their potential or from aspiring to certain jobs and industries, bringing costs for individuals and the economy. And all sorts of things are going to be outlawed from TV ads. New mothers, the suggestion that new mothers should prioritise looking attractive or keeping a home pristine over other factors such as their well-being. Well, that seems reasonable. I mean, that's obviously true. But I can't think of a single advert that suggests otherwise. That suggests you should prioritise keeping a home nice over your own physical health. What advert says that? Men with their feet up and families making a mess while a woman is solely responsible for cleaning up. That's out, despite that probably being completely true in a lot of cases. anyone failing at a task because of their gender, such as a woman parking a car or a man hanging out the washing. Despite the real possibility that women may be quite bad at parking and men would rather just wear the same thing every day forever rather than actually wash it. You won't be able to make out that boys are daring and girls are caring. But what are the advertisers supposed to do? Put one of those disclaimers that financial products have to stick on the end of their ads. Boys might care just as much as girls, and girls might not care at all, and no suggestion to the contrary is intended or implied. The value of the roles that girls and boys choose may go up as well as down. Your suppositions are at risk. Always take professional advice. You're not allowed to belittle men who do stereotypically female roles such as cooking. But that's an odd one, because most top chefs are men. And you're not allowed to suggest, or you will not be allowed to suggest, that not having an ideal physique causes failures in your love life. That'll be right out. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. Let's have one in Wimbledon. Nikos.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, sir.
I disagree with things that you said tonight. So let me mention some things that you said. For example, you say that it's not the fault of the adverts, it's our fault, right?
Well, if you want to say the word, if you want to use the word fault, then yes.
I don't remember which word you used. Which word did you use?
Well, that'll do.
Okay. So, yes, okay, I see the point, but the adverts are actually also influencing the society. They're influencing us. It's a feedback loop.
I'm not sure. So, I think they're reflecting us.
They're both. So when you see things on the TV, whether it's an advert, whether it's a film, the news, whatever, it's also influencing you. It's reinforcing things you have in your head. So, yes, it's not the fault of the adverts, but the adverts are also us. You know, they form the society. So we need to do something about it, perhaps. And just because they haven't done something about other stereotypes, it doesn't mean we shouldn't do something about this stereotype. One stereotype at a time.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I mean, what about the everybody on TV is good looking?
Sure.
What about that part? Because almost nobody in real life is good looking.
Actually, I don't agree with you. I mean, what do you mean everybody? There are famous people that are not very...
It doesn't matter what product... It doesn't matter what product you're trying to sell. Everybody on television trying to sell a product is among the better looking of that personality profile, of that demographic.
Okay, sure. Let's do something about it. Actually, it's not quite true. There was a product, a beauty product, that started putting different-looking ladies.
Yeah, that's right. And each and every one of them was good-looking. I mean, they made a big song and a dance about, we're using plus-size models and blah, blah, blah. But they're not really. Not really, they didn't. No, they just weren't skinny. That's all.
Okay, well, I said once.
But they were still all good-looking, though. That's my point.
Okay, well...
I mean, some of them were, I don't know sizes, but some of them were big, bigger than the normal rakes that they use to promote clothes and beauty products. But yeah, on the subject of beauty products, they used to, and still often do, have some 14-year-old girl promoting anti-aging cream. Well, no wonder she looks great. She's barely out of her teens. But recently they've had older women do it, often actresses who are in their 50s perhaps, but they still look gorgeous, and they've still been shot through a screen made of linoleum. I mean, they're so fuzzy you can barely see them.
Okay, just mentioning that there are other stereotypes doesn't mean we shouldn't do something about it. So let me say another thing that you mentioned. You said that if we do statistics, how many women and how many boys become ballerinas or they become rock climbers or whatever. Yeah, so if we go 200 years ago, most women were housewives. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Does this mean that all women need to be housewives? That's how the society was 200 years ago. So the thing is, if we,
but on that subject, what you're saying is a depiction of a woman as a housewife is wrong, and yet just because that's what women used to do doesn't make it a wrong choice. I mean, some women actually want to be a housewife. What's wrong with that?
I have no problem with everybody doing whatever they want to do. Depicting it and putting it in your mind is different from what it is. Okay,
but the implication is that by depicting it, you are depicting something that is wrong.
But I'm not saying you are depicting something wrong. It's okay to be in the statistics. It's okay if you have a census to count how many housewives you have, how many astronauts you have, how many engineers you have. That's fine. But to have it being shown to you all the time, it makes you feel like that's how it is. And the thing is, people, we're trying to let people not be boxed in a stereotype and feel that they can do all roles. Of course, our society has changed over the past 200 years, but the more we can do about it, the better.
Right. Okay. So you're saying that every little helps in that regard, but we're not going to change society through banning gender stereotypes on television adverts, but it would assist us in that regard.
Yes, it's a small contribution. I would agree with you. It's more important what we do in schools, what we do in other parts of the society.
Exactly.
But it's just another thing. I'm not saying this is the major thing that we had to do,
Right. Okay, thanks a lot, Nikos. 0345 6060 973. There are other things I want to talk about, but and now some calls are starting to rack up, so I will get through those. Some messages and emails, texts and such, and then I'll go to a break. Roger says, this insistence on... Oh no, I've read that one. I keep reading the same one over and over. Let me just delete it. Jane says, Nick, I had a male midwife when I had my daughter 24 years ago. Donna says, but that was an unusual occurrence though, Jane. Donna says it would be extremely challenging to remove stereotypes from TV advertising when the targeting and relevance are based on the consumer profile. Yes. I mean, people are trying to sell products. People who sell, washing up powder would probably be better off targeting that product at women, because women would be more likely to be the person that buys it in a family. I mean, for instance, you don't want to put your or direct your TV advert for washing powder to teenagers, because they ain't going to buy it. You want to direct it at mothers, because they're more likely to be the people that go to the shop to buy the stuff. But now that's not acceptable. You have to address it both to men and women, which seems like they're being forced to waste their money. Unless you know otherwise, in which case you must correct.
Hi. It's Nick, isn't it?
Yes,
hi,
sir.
Nick. Yeah. There's now what I wanted to say is that there's, in terms of contributing to this conversation, is that there are people that abuse the situation. Like you might find, for example, in some other nations, they would find it very strange if somebody's advertising a car and you see a woman with a bikini on it, and they'll say that's disrespectful, so they wouldn't do it. But here they might do it. Maybe if somebody complains about that, I can understand.
Yeah, but has that actually been the case since the 70s? I mean, do women in bikinis actually sell cars anymore?
I was just giving an example of things that people complained about not too long ago.
Actually, they probably do. I mean, when in car shows, I think they still do that, don't they?
Yeah.
It seems hard to believe, really, but...
Yeah. But in terms of, people who are abusing, you can sort that out without actually throwing out everything, because there are actually natural reasons why women are presented with these products. And that's basically, like, for example, in terms of the cooking situation, a woman is more likely to be left with a child. So a child depends mostly on a woman, because the man might not be there all the time. He might disappear. The relationship might break. I don't know. She might not want, she might have a child and the guy never finds out anyway. But it's always important that the mother is able to cook and keep the child healthy food-wise. And so that's why a woman is more likely to be led that way by their family. Their mother will tell their daughter, that this is,
depicted in the caring role.
Yeah, in the caring role, because it's essential for a child. That there's always somebody there who can feed the child and keep the child healthy, and that is most likely to be a woman because she has the baby, and a man may not be there. Quite often the relationship breaks or whatever, there's a man there, and yet there will still be somebody in the house to feed that child and keep the child healthy because the woman knows. If the man knows how to cook so good, and they break up and the woman leaves with the child and she can't cook, then it's a problem.
Well, that's an extreme scenario that you're depicting. I mean, it seems more likely that the man is the one that would go out to work and the woman would be doing the caring role at home. I mean, that certainly used to be the case, and even though, of course, more women work now than they used to a couple of decades ago, it's still probably, statistically speaking, more likely that it would be that way round rather than the other way round, that the man would be at home doing the caring role and the woman would be the breadwinner.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I mean, and that's why companies in the end up actually serving the purpose, presenting these things to women, because that is the most likely situation.
Yes.
But the reason it's the most likely situation is because of nature encouraging that situation.
Yes, not nurture, not television adverts inculcating the belief that is the way it should be. They're just reflecting reality. Which was my point originally.
Yeah, it's not a stereotype. And that happens a lot of things in terms of even keeping the house and all that kind of stuff. It's really all down to the fact that a woman is most likely to do it, and the reason the woman is because be interested in those products is because all these things involve her having a family and children, and always being there, the one who will always be there for the child, and so the child is always safe as long as the woman knows all those things. So,
which washing up a liquid to buy and whose toothpaste to purchase. But I don't think you're right when you say it's not a stereotype. It is a stereotype. It's just that stereotypes often exist because they reflect reality.
Yeah, but there's some which are maybe unfair. But I'm just saying that it's actually more dangerous. I don't know. I mean, there are times I find myself hearing things where I think that's out of order. Why do they do that? But this shouldn't. I think it's dangerous to not process intelligently and just think everything is a stereotype, and that is what quite often is being thrown at us by the kind of people that you're talking about, who are having to judge this situation.
I mean, people would sort of lump this notion in with what the phrase that you hear all the time is political correctness gone mad, and it may have something to do with it. But I think most political correctness stems from trying to be polite. Whereas before, nobody gave politeness much credence, and comedians especially would be untethered about what it is that they talked about and who they made fun of. For the longest time, which may have caused a lot of upset, and the pendulum has completely swung in the opposite direction, and now you can't talk about anything.
Yeah, because I mean, they think they're like trendsetters and everybody's going to follow, but people are going to see them go forward and go through this stuff, and they're going to say, "I'm not going to follow that. We want our children to be safe and this, that, and the other. And if the woman's going to be that, why are we going to destroy that natural piece of our lives?" So they're not really doing anything particularly intelligent. I mean, anyway, the other thing I wanted to say is that this thing of a boy doing ballet and this and that. I think another thing they forget is that quite often a boy might be left with a mother. And a mother has a lot to teach a girl and a lot to teach a boy, but she has more to teach a girl, which a man can't teach. So quite often also you get a situation where a mother left with a child is actually throwing her own interest on the child. So mother is a boy, she's throwing her own interest at the boy. And so the boy starts to pick up those things, and it's not necessarily that he's interested in those things, it's that she wants him to be interested in those things. Does that make any sense? Or,
well, I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure, but because that sort of implies that the boy doesn't have any other external cues or information coming. But if he goes to school, then presumably he will mix with other boys whose wants and desires and interests are being given to them by their dads. So it's not unless they're being homeschooled and never go out.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the home influence is quite strong, but I just think that it's really important for single mothers to be careful in terms of what they're presenting when they have a son, what they're presenting their son. Because I saw a friend of mine, basically when he was about, I don't know, her child was about 2 years old, or 2 or 3, something like that, was playing with some girls. And so the girls were wearing ballerina outfits. And so the boy, because he wanted to play with them, said, I want to wear a ballerina outfit. So the mother made him wear a ballerina outfit. And he started playing with them, and then she took pictures and whatever. And I said to her, look, how do you know? The only reason he's saying he wants to do that is because he wants to join in. It's not necessarily that he's interested in this ballerina thing, but he's doing it because of he's playing with those girls. That's what they're doing. He doesn't know anything about what his future will be. So I basically told her, look, you better get rid of that picture, in which she did. Don't be throwing that around in his face.
Well, yeah, maybe don't put it up. Maybe don't put it up on Facebook. You can keep the picture, just don't disseminate it on the World Wide Web. Here, Richard, I'm going to have to go, but thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I think that at least some, I would suggest most of what you are interested in as either a boy or a girl is not, doesn't really have anything to do with what your mum says. It's more it's probably more nature than nurture. Now, there's absolutely no way to prove that, but it's just a sense that I get because I used to be a child, if you can believe that.
No.
And I'm not sure that my interests as a child were were a reflection of either my mum or my dad. It was just, it was just what boys are interested in, killing things, and girls less so, unless you know otherwise, in which case you must correct me. Brentwood, David.
Yes, hello, Nick. I just want to say, I understand. We're not allowed to stereotype people in advertising now, and I understand that's the way it's going. But ultimately, most commercial organisations realise that when you're selling products, it's more than likely the woman in a relationship makes the ultimate decision. When you're selling a house or a car or any sort of substantial purchase, they know that ultimately it's the woman who makes the decision. And now will always, in a heterosexual relationship, the man will defer to the woman's opinion.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I was having a chat with a couple I know, and they live in the middle of nowhere, and the man's commute is terrible. It's hours and hours to do what is a relatively short trip. It's no more than about 20 miles back and forth, but the hoops that he has to go through because of where he lives. He's got to drive to the railway station, and it's a kind of out of the way railway station, and parking's a nightmare, and he has to get up at the crack of dawn in order to get that particular train from that less used railway station, and it's just awful. And I thought, why did you choose that house knowing that you were going to have that nightmare trip in? And of course he didn't. His wife really chose the house because it was a quiet area and it was safe and the kids were going to be able to play and so on and so forth. And she didn't really care about his commute because she wasn't going to be doing it, was the message that I got from them. And I thought, because you assume that a big purchase like that, if the man is the breadwinner, then he is going to be the one that chooses the house. But I think you're absolutely right. Not in all cases, obviously, but it might be generally the case that he doesn't have any say in it at all.
Well, he doesn't make the ultimate decision. This is well known with him. And I worked in, I'm not been a successful salesman, but I've worked in various sales jobs. And I worked in retail. I used to work at Harrods many years ago, and during the week you deal with men and women on their own, and it's straightforward. But once you come to the weekend and you have men and women together, it's always a woman you're going to sell to, and I don't think that's ultimately ever going to change. They always have the if you're buying, as you say, if you're buying a house, if the woman doesn't like it, you're not going to sell it. The same thing, with furniture, any sort of substantial consumer purchase. It's the woman who makes the decision in that relationship, and even if the man's paying for it.
Right, so advertisers would be crazy not to advertise their wares at the not the traditional breadwinner of the house, but the traditional carer in the house.
Well, you can look at any television advertising; it's all aimed at women. I mean,
well, see, now that's going to be illegal from next June. No gender stereotypes in advertising, which means that advertisers won't be able to concentrate their sell at their target demographic. They're just going to have to spray money generally around the place and hope that some of it sticks.
Well, can you imagine trying to sell, ordinary sort of consumer products at men? I mean, it just, they're not, they just don't make those decisions, do they? I mean,
because they don't care.
Well, yes.
I mean, washing up powder is washing up powder.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, apart from the one that washes whiter. David, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. Alison says, what are they going to do about the Just for Men hair dyes? Well, that's out. Georgia says the women work and are also expected to do all the flipping housework as well. And I'm sure that plenty of men out there are happy for this to remain the status quo. Happily for those men, advertisers are too blinking lazy to present any other model for women to aspire to. Well, I think one of the things that the advertiser people are chafing about is because men are, and this was a relatively recent phenomenon, because it used to be the other way around, and then it just flipped almost overnight. Men depicted in adverts now are always useless and lazy. They're not the go-getter breadwinners anymore. They're dopes who don't know where the cat food is. And Gary says, regarding stereotypes, what things do you think we do now in society which in 50 years people will be laughing at? Well, that's a good question. He gives the examples of meat eating, keeping pets. Keeping pets? Zoos. Zoos. I can't believe that zoos are still a thing. Why do people go to zoos? What do you want to do that for? It just seems the epitome of cruelty, doesn't it? I'm betting, he says, is another one. I bet you betting is still a thing in 50 years. I bet you it is. And we might not be laughing at eating meat. We might be ruining meat's demise, but not laughing at it, I don't think. We might be upset that we can't do it anymore. And I think keeping pets, as long as they're pets that can go out. Because the notion of keeping, apart from a fish, which they probably don't know much. They may actually be the most intelligent species on Earth. We've got no idea. They don't speak our language. But it's like keeping a cat indoors. That just seems flat out cruel to me. But what do I know? Stockwell. Hello, Michael.
Hello?
Michael.
Hi, how are you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Again. Good. So I was just listening to all of this, and it struck a chord in me. I mean, I'm originally from Cameroon, West Africa. I came here when I was very young, like 12. I've been here for 25 years, and I see what also plays into this is cultural differences. So where I'm from what I know, growing up there, naturally, in such cases like this, it will be mainly the man who, the breadwinner that will make decisions. Really, women are really more. They don't really. Not that they're not allowed to. They're more focused on the home, on the kids and stuff like that. Whereas having seen both sides of of the pond, so to speak, and having grown up here and spent most of my life here, and also someone who has been in a relationship for 14 years, I've experienced it myself here, the challenges of compromising in terms of making important decisions. And I wasn't sure at the time whether it's just the person I was with or whether it's women in general, because although I've been in other relationships,
I hadn't been in positions where I've had to make important purchase decisions with that person previously.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, for example, you know, a few years back, you know, I was in a much better job, you know, earning plenty of money, more than my partner, and there's a car which I've been thinking of purchasing for a long time. A friend of mine had the same car, and I had made up my mind about that one, for example, and I spoke to my partner about it, and bearing in mind, I was buying this car to replace our old one, and I was going to be paying for it.
Mm.
So she said, yeah, sure. So we went to the showroom, you know, discussed with the guy and everything, and left there, and after we left there, she's like, nope, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't like this car. Nope, it's too big. It's too big. Well, you know, it's just a 4-door. You know, 4-door.
It's only got 4 doors. How many doors can a car have?
No, I was saying it's just a typical car, 4-door car.
Right.
She's saying it's a Mercedes C-Class, the new one. She's saying it's too big. So, you know, I for the sake of compromise, the sake to avoid argument, and I sort of blame myself for this now, you know, just saying, yes, okay, sure, if you don't want to, where deep down inside I really wanted that. It never really created any resentment from me towards her, but it was just the inflexibility. And to sum it all up, my experience in that relationship with that particular person was that they were very flexible and quite indecisive when it comes to pointless things such as what shall we eat? Where should we go? Yeah, no, it's always
things that you didn't care about. She wasn't insistent on.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that now. It was also no, I can't decide. You decide. Even when we went out to eat, she'll either always get the same thing she always get in a Chinese restaurant, the same thing in an Indian restaurant, unless I sort of persuade her. So why don't you try something else? And she'll be like, oh, I'm glad I listened to you. You know, I'm glad I really enjoyed this. I'm glad I listened to you. And the same with other things, you know, like holidays where she
but when it came to things that you were really, you know, deeply passionate about. See, now, I know this is stereotypical, but I assumed that you were trying to buy a sports car, like a 2-door, impractical, boy racer car, and that she would be naturally against that, and she would want something like a 4-door Mercedes, which is safe and big and so on. But that's not, okay.
No, it was the opposite, because the car we had at the moment, we had it for over 10 years, it was a 50-something, it was 10 years old, a VW Polo 2.
10 years? Well, that's just barely getting run in. Why did you want to get rid of that?
No, because we decided to get a new car. We're working hard, both of us, and we thought, you know, been saving hard to buy a flat, another flat, and it's to treat ourselves. And also, there was nothing wrong with the car.
Right, exactly. There's nothing wrong with the car. Stop throwing things away, people. I mean, I know people think that they're saving the planet by buying a new car that's slightly less polluting than their old one, but you've got to make the car. I think if just people stop buying things to replace things that don't need replacing yet would be a good idea.
I agree. In our case, we were thinking of, you know, starting a family and, you know, a bigger car, and we've both been working hard, and we both agreed, you know, we should treat ourselves to a new car. Not necessarily because there was much wrong with the old one. It's just
exactly. Treat yourself. Something nice to buy.
The key thing about this, and what I've learned and come to see, is like when it came to unimportant decision, she was all in, both of us, you know, coming to an agreement or being flexible. When it came to key one, it had to go her way. Literally, it had to be her way. And whenever I wanted to say, hey, babe, look, come on, you know, can we decide this together, or can you listen to my input? You know, because normally you make these key decisions, and I'm okay with it, but sometimes we should, you know.
And the answer was no.
No, the answer was not just no, it was always stop being a victim.
Wow, really? So how's that relationship working out for you, Michael?
Well, she ended the as of 2 months ago, and, you know, it is sad, but the saddest thing is that, you know, the biggest and saddest thing, since this has happened for no valid reason, you know, spitefulness, and that she's refusing.
Well, just maybe you weren't meant to be together. I mean, I don't want to come over like an agony uncle, but, you know, some things just ain't right?
Yeah, I mean, so maybe so, but our key issues was really communication. Really, I mean, that decision-making thing wasn't really a big impact on you or our relationship. To be honest, I'm quite a flexible person. It was more communication and the lack of affection and the lack of romance from half.
Exactly. Just talk to each other, people. Yeah, Michael, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Jennifer says, I think there is a bright side to not allowing advertisers to use common stereotypes. Perhaps it will stimulate the creativity of the advertising agencies and the adverts will become more interesting. Well, when they're put in straitjackets, advertisers often do come up with really good work that ordinarily they wouldn't have had to. They wouldn't have had to make so much effort. I mean, do you remember when the government restricted tobacco companies' abilities to show their products? And at some point they said, right, you can't show, not only can you not show good-looking people with white teeth enjoying a cigarette on a beach anymore, all those adverts you used to see on the back of American magazines for menthol cigarettes, all of those people seem to smoke on beaches. Very, very fit and healthy, gorgeous people enjoying a mint-flavoured cigarette on the beach. What a bizarre concept. But you can't show people enjoying your product, and you can't show the actual pack itself, and you can't show the cigarettes, and you can't show the logo or any of these things. And that concentrated the minds of the advertisers, and they came up with some of the most memorable advertising campaigns in history. I mean, the silk cut ones were fantastic. Works of art, really. And I can't think of any other product that you could say that of. I mean, there's been very, very good adverts, but nothing that you would hang in a gallery, as a still image. But I can still remember some of those cigarette adverts, but I haven't seen them for decades. Downtown Swansea. Hello, Val.
You've been there then. Hello, Nick. Yes, it's just that regarding the influence of nature versus nurture, on our life interest. I just happened to heard only the other day a program on Radio 4, and it was a very credible program. I don't know the actual details because I didn't pay attention to any of that, but what they said was that, so it was interesting, that a one-day-old baby girl, they've done experiments, and a one-day-old baby girl will pay attention to faces, already will pay attention to faces, as opposed to a one-day-old baby boy who will be not interested in faces, but in, something he can play, if you put him in his hands, like the mobile or something like that. Already at 1 day old.
Prefers a mobile to faces.
Yeah, well.
You mean a mobile, the coloured thing that hangs on the pram, or a phone?
Well, right. Okay. So there was a complete distinction anyway as to what they chose at 1 day old. One was the faces, though, and the other was something that it would handle, or something that was moving, but not a face.
Right.
Something was moving, and something like that had. That was impersonal then, really, if it comes to that.
Well, I suppose that's hunting behaviour, isn't it? I mean,
just 1 day old. I mean, there's absolutely no culture influence there. And then the other thing on the same programme, he started to say that I know there was dolls, but I can't remember what maybe in some sort of boys' toys, whatever. But they said those two were put then amongst the group.
Yeah.
And how many in the group? Quite a lot. And then how many, I can't remember the percentage, but it's a very significant percentage would choose the dolls, and the significant percentage to that. And then it said that they were, now I can't remember exactly, they were chimpanzees or some kind of monkeys. So they weren't humans. So, and apparently it's the same in other species. That also applies.
Yeah, I've heard that, and I can't remember the details either, but I have come away from those, from reading those studies with the notion that, regardless of any other outside cues, very, very small children will choose stereotypical toys regardless of whether there's adults present pushing them in that direction, or they have previous experience of using those toys.
And presumably the monkeys were not influenced by any advertising anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, for instance, when I was little, I mean, I think by the time I was 7 or 8, I was quite obsessed with jewellery, and all the girls on the road, we'd all like swap jewellery, that was the thing. Now my mother, thinking about it, apart from a wedding ring and engagement ring, I never saw her wear any jewellery, and we didn't have a TV, there were no magazines in the house at all, and so and I just wanted, like, when I grew up, 40 pairs of shoes, I mean, my mother was just so busy as a housewife, I never saw her dress up at all to go out or anything, and but that was I think nobody influenced me for that,
See, I wonder if that's actually because the implication behind this, that we must change this notion that's in society that women are carers and men are sort of hunter-gatherers. I mean, is that actually such a bad thing?
That's right. Well, it's allowed us to evolve up to now, isn't it? That's why we're probably still here, because because of this generalization, at least, of the roles like that, so that the children are looked after, if there wasn't somebody left to look after them, then there wouldn't be a next generation, would they, really?
Well, I suppose that it's a good point. I mean, we are number one on this planet because we have hit on a pretty successful formula.
Yeah. Though, as you say, with other species, obviously the mothers, again, they nurture the young, but there again, they do it. I mean, it's just a natural thing, isn't it? Again, nobody is determined that they have to stay home. The lioness has to stay home, and the other one goes out, the lion goes out hunting or whatever. It's just, I mean, it's nature, and we are, as is often seen to be the case, we are just higher animals, really. I hate to say it.
Yeah, David Attenborough should be doing a show about us.
Yeah, so it seems to be, and then, as you say, what is the point of kicking against the trace? What is the point of it? Just for the sake of it, isn't it? Or maybe going on a very foolish road, really.
Well, it's the kind of thing that people would say, well, that it's virtue signalling, or it's political correctness gone mad, and so on and so forth. It seems to be trying to engineer a change that that I don't think that most people are actually very exercised about. Some people are very, very angry and voluble about gender stereotypes. But I think that stereotypes exist usually because they just are a reflection of reality.
Yeah, they are, as you say, and then they are then reflected and exploited or whatever. But it seems that they exist. Of course, there are exceptions, and there are exceptions, of course, like you say, male chefs, and
but what's odd? That is an odd one, isn't it? Because cooking is generally perceived to be a female pursuit, but most professional chefs are men.
Yes, it may be interesting that the ones like, for instance, male chefs and also male hairdressers are the ones that excel as well. Because they whereas women hairdressers or women chefs, that may be significant as well as the fact that it's such an unusual interest that it's pursued in a different way as well.
Well, I wonder if that's actually just an example of how rotten society is to women in general. That even things that they would assume are their I hesitate to use the phrase natural role, but it certainly used to be the case that the woman stayed at home and did the cooking. Yeah. Even in the circumstance of the thing that they would historically be associated with, they still, because it's such a, the dice are loaded against them, they still don't succeed in an industry that is reflected, that is part of that. That's a terrible way of putting it, but you know what I'm saying. Even with cooking, women still are not allowed to be at the top of that game.
No, but then of course that probably is that they, because it very much is entrenched, it probably doesn't hold any excitement for them either. you know.
What do you mean? It's like a busman's holiday because they're doing it all day long. Anyway.
Probably,
right.
yeah, something different. Okay, then.
Well, maybe not. What did you do, Val?
What did I do?
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to be a ballerina more than anything else, I'll tell you that.
Now, did
That's
you
something
want to be a ballerina because your mother insisted upon it?
No,
or?
not at
Okay.
all. No, not at all. I never went to ballet lessons or anything. I wouldn't even have dared ask to. But, yeah, so, and I mean, as I said, we didn't have any magazines or TV. We did get to the cinema, but you don't see much ballet there either. I think I probably did see something once because you used to see adult films in those days. But when I did see it, that really struck the chord. You know, I didn't do ballet, but that's what my life's aim would have been, to be a ballet dancer. So I'm very stereotypical, you could say, in that. I think that's a female thing to dance, and I just think it's a natural thing that a lot of women would want to do that. Right. And also, it's how you're built, really. I mean, the majority of women are built a certain way, and the majority of men are built a certain way.
Well, I'm not sure about that. Depends what you mean by depends what you mean by a certain way.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have done very good at rock climbing, because I'm so sort of fragile. I think that I wouldn't, I'd have been better off as a ballet dancer anyway if I'd had the chance to do that. So
right.
So yeah, I'm very stereotypical.
Okay. Well, thanks for being stereotypical on this show. Cheers, Val.
It's nice to be normal.
Nice to be normal. Oh, we just snatched disaster from the jaws of success. Nice to be normal. What? Oh, if only she'd used another word. We almost got away with that one. Never mind, eh? Georgia says, and I sort of half read this one, but then stopped halfway through. I don't know why I stopped halfway through. It's probably because I'm a stupid man. Georgia says, the women work and are also expected to do all the flipping housework as well, and I'm sure that plenty of men out there are happy for this to remain the status quo. And then the part that I didn't read, happily for those men, advertisers are too blinking lazy to present any other model for women to aspire to. I'm not sure that's true. I wonder if the advertising companies or the advertising authority is coming late to this issue, and that advertisers themselves have actually made a change in this regard quite a considerable time ago. I wonder if we'll actually notice the difference next June when all this comes into effect. But anyway, the rest of this message says, can we change the subject now, please? You're being very bossy, Georgia. She says, I'm not sure I can take any more men calling in, effectively saying, well, that's what things or women are like. But what if that's what things are like? She says, is it art imitating life or is it art imitating life or life imitating art? It's both, so let's at least change the art. Okay, then. Let me just point you in the direction of my podcast. I think you will be delighted, no matter what sex you are or would like to be. It's called the Nick Abbott Habit. The Christmas special is out right now, and you'll find it wherever they give away podcasts. It's on iTunes and on our apps and here, there, and everywhere, baby. The Nick Abbott Habit is available right now. I think there's 5 up there for you to enjoy. I think you will love them. Yeah, the final communique from that very important climate change conference in Poland is that it really is awful and something should be done. So there it is, problem solved. Nobody's going to do anything about climate change until it's too late, until we're floating down the river on a tidal wave of sewage.
Disgusting.
I can't believe it. Of all of the headlines in the newspapers, this was on the front page of one of the Super Soaraway tabloids this week. Like, this is important news. Eurocrats have warned British holidaymakers are set to be charged €7 to visit the EU if there is no Brexit deal. To which Brexiteer holidaymakers said, they don't care about that. Why even say it? First of all, they're trying to get out of Europe. Why would they pay any money to get back in? And second, how's €7 going to affect anyone's holiday plans? I mean, please. You can't get 2 pints of lager for €7. It's not exactly going to make people rethink their destination, is it?
Negative.
If they're trying to scare us, Project Fear is going to have to do a lot better than that. Actually, they have done better than that. They've told us that just-in-time manufacturing chains and problems at the ports and lorry parks on the motorways and industries leaving and shortages of medicine and rising prices and lowered horizons, and none of it made any difference at all. So now they're trying something different, a little more close to home. You're going to have to pay when you leave home. But it seems like such small beer. And it's not even €7 per visit, it's €7 for a 3-year visa. You know, Jean-Claude Juncker? No! Yes, that's him. Well, he said that a new visa system for visiting the bloc will apply after Brexit if no other agreement is reached. And we seem to be going to a place where no deal of any kind whatsoever can be agreed by anybody. And that's despite the fact that David Davis, who was Brexit Secretary at the time, explicitly said that Brexit was simple, and these would be the easiest negotiations in human history. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
So it's going to be €7 for a 3-year pre-travel authorization, but it's worse than that. You're going to have to fill out a form, too.
Oh, no.
You'll have to go online and answer a lot of impertinent questions about your personal and most secret information, and where you're going and what awful things you intend to get up to while you're there. And the registration information is then going to be checked against EU crime-fighting databases. So you better not have committed any transgressions. Somebody pointed this out to me on an email. It means that if you've got a criminal record, then a check made against you might find that you are an undesirable person. Even to the French. You imagine how awful you'd have to be for them to turn you away at the border. Their national sport's hurling paving stones at police persons. Anything you've done will have gone on your permanent record. And you might find yourself unwelcome on the continent. Is that going to change anybody's minds about leaving the EU?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Not even a little bit. No. I didn't mention the B word once yesterday. I don't think I mentioned it one single time. In fact, I determined to go an entire show without mentioning the B word once. But I'm going to mention it tonight.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Tony Blair.
No!
Yes. Once a drear leader, he is now urging EU leaders and Theresa May to extend Article 50. He wants a longer Article 50. Like an Article 50. Why does he want a longer Article 50? To allow for a people's vote.
Oh, no.
Yes, we're going to be asked to clear up the mess that David Cameron caused, and the extreme wing of the fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras seem to be intent on magnifying. Isn't that just typical? A bunch of out-of-control, self-absorbed, superior, born-to-privilege, old Etonians have smashed up the place, and it's down to us poor oiks to put everything back together again. It's all your fault, David Cameron.
I think this is nonsense.
You know, some journo asked him this week if he regretted having a referendum, considering what it's done to the country, and he had the nerve to say no. He was getting into his car, and he thought, oh, I better get back out again in order to stand up and answer this one. And he rose to his fullest extent and said, goodness me, no. Regret it? Why on earth would anybody say that? He said, he actually had the nerve to say, no, I don't regret it. I promised to have a referendum, and I've delivered on my promise. What a sense of humour. He must have been sharpening it since we've seen him last. I don't recall him being this funny. I've delivered on my promise. You know, I stand by my word. That sort of thing. Which translates as, don't question me, peasant. But that's not the answer to the question that the journalists thought they were asking. And to be fair, the journalist should have been more specific. What they should have asked him is if he regretted promising to have the referendum in the first place. Try oiling your way out of that one, Dave. We're still not missing you, by the way, in case you were wondering. If we ever need you, we know where to find you. You'll be in your shed, along with all the other tools.
Tremendous tool.
What's odd is that Tony Blair and Nigel Farage are agreeing with each other. I mean, talk about bizarre. What's going to happen next? Nigel Farage and Tony Blair are actually agreeing with each other. Both of them say that there should be a second referendum.
We should have a second referendum.
What kind of a person would say that there should be a second referendum?
We should have a second referendum.
You'd have to be out of your mind to say that there should be a second referendum.
We should have a second referendum.
And they both want different outcomes, of course. Only one of them is working for the benefit of the country. I'll leave you to decide which one that is. Tony Blair says Britain and the rest of the EU would benefit from the UK pulling back from the brink. And business leaders say that, and banks say that, and almost all of our elected representatives say that, and the car industry says it, and the aircraft manufacturers, and the food groups, and the drug companies, and the hauliers, and the machinists, and the economics experts, and the statesmen, and probably Santa too. And lined up on the other side is a man who looks like someone superglued a monocle to a pair of stilts, and a fellow that looks like Catweasel, that runs a pub. Tony Blair says, we know the options for Brexit. Parliament will have to decide on one of them. And if Parliament can't decide, then it should go back to the people. We're going to have to be asked to go out in the wind and the rain to scratch a cross in the appropriate box. And we'll probably get it wrong again. Tony Blair said, we know the options for Brexit. He says it's bizarre that EU leaders feel obliged to facilitate something which all of them think is a bad idea. Yeah, just think about that for a minute. It is bizarre, isn't it? We've given them a giant holiday. Not holiday. A giant headache. Not holiday. Headache. The opposite of a holiday. Although you do tend to get sick on a holiday. I mean, it's a good long while since I had one. But thinking back that far, it's almost as though you hold your body together until you go on holiday, and then you all you sort of relax. But in that in that relaxing, you get sick. Give yourself a little bit of a headache and a dicky tummy. But that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Don't drag me down cul-de-sacs. I have no intention of talking about that, unless you want to. I'll talk about anything, me. We have given the EU a giant headache in this holiday period. You know, it's Jesus' birthday. What have you got him? And they are trying to fashion, to yank success out of the jaws of defeat. They're trying to enact something they don't want to do. It's like we are punishing them. I don't know what they've done. What have they done to deserve this? No wonder they're upset with us. We've given them this headache, this headache on their holidays and a poorer future. And some of us have the attitude that we can't believe that the EU is not on its knees crawling across the carpet in order to show their appreciation.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Why aren't they saying that, we think? Don't these Johnny foreigners know we're British? Damn it. Holy Tony said, over the last 30 months, it's become apparent that the 45 years of British membership of the EU has entwined us. No, intertwined. What's the difference between entwined and intertwined? Well, you can't wash your hands in an intertwine. Look it up, that's an actual fact. He said, over the last 30 months, it's become apparent that the 45 years of British membership of the EU has intertwined us with Europe in ways which make disentangling ourselves hideously complex. Holy moly! How many syllables is he going to try and squeeze into a sentence? You have to crowbar those in. He actually said that off the top of his head. He must be some giant brain. Hideously complex, he said. You hear that, David Davis? Ex-Brexit secretary, and that seems like a million years ago, doesn't it? Talk about what water under the bridge. Tsunamis have come and gone. Ice ages have come and melted since David Davis was our Brexit secretary. Seems like a million years ago. Since he said that it would be the easiest deal in recorded history. And he's an expert. We really do have our brightest minds on this, don't we? No. It's a good job the Conservative Party is so good at making deals, because, otherwise we'd really be in trouble.
Yeah.
Say what you like about Tony Blair, but he wouldn't have got us into this mess. I mean, he may have got us into another mess. Who knows? None of us would have missed it if it had never happened. If David Cameron hadn't brought the EU to the front of our minds, people wouldn't be talking about it at all. You know, before all this, it barely flicked across our minds before he called the referendum. We were thinking of more important stuff, like the NHS and the rule of law and jobs and, all the important things that we used to argue about before Brexit sucked all the oxygen out of the room. And we've been shouting at each other for over 2 years and got absolutely nowhere, apart from being even less well off than we were before. You know what this country needs is a time machine? A time machine and £40,000. If we could go back and buy David Cameron his shed 3 years ago, we could tempt him in it and lock the door, and he could sit in there and think about what he would have done if we hadn't thrown away the key. So the politicians seem incapable of solving this dilemma once they didn't even think about before they voted to leave the Irish border. This dilemma that just popped out of nowhere, as though Ireland previously didn't exist. We insist on no border, the EU wants no border, but you can't have no border between a trading bloc with separate rules and taxes unless you have the same regulations and rules and taxes, which is another one of Mrs M's red lines. You can't avoid a border any more than you can avoid putting up walls to keep out people who don't pay to go to a gym. Your gym doesn't just leave the door open for everyone to come in. You only get to go if you join. And as we're cancelling our membership, there has to be a way to keep the benefits of the club for the members only. A frictionless border between the North and South in Ireland is only possible if we're all part of the same trading system. We're all part of the single market, and we're all part of the customs union. But Mrs M says no. That's her idea of what the referendum vote meant. So we want to be in, but we want to be out. That's our position after 2 years of intense discussions. Does any of that make any sense?
Negative.
So the government can't decide, and the only thing that Parliament dislikes more than Theresa's deal is no deal. They hate the no deal part. And as none of them seems capable of figuring out which way to go next, we will have to decide for them to clean up the mess they made. You wash, I'll dry. First call, Glasgow. Hello, Jonathan.
How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Tony Blair, he says that Brexit's a bad idea.
Yes.
This is also the man that thought the Iraq war was a good idea. So why anybody in their right mind would listen to anything that guy says is beyond me. And how he has the audacity to still think that he can have an influence in British public life after the absolute disaster that was the Iraq war. That we're still feeling the repercussions for now.
Yeah, but can't we separate wars from what we're talking about now? I mean, I wouldn't follow him into
a war. I would judge somebody by his track record, right? So this guy went out his way to lie to the country, to take us into a war that was with no justification for, no legal justification for, no moral justification for, but he done it anyway. 1 million people marched against it. So this guy is proven that he's against the British public.
Yeah, but isn't the world a better place without Saddam Hussein?
No, it's well.
Yes.
Have you seen what's happening in Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan? You think that's a better place?
Yeah, well, it's a better place than it would have been.
Slavery now exists in Iraq and Libya, but it didn't exist before. You think that's better?
Slavery exists where it didn't exist before. Yeah. How do you know that?
Well, I've seen the reports. It's well known that there's no slave markets in Libya, in Iraq, through the Islamic State, the openly trade state. We've also got people trafficking. Massive amounts of people.
And you think that none of that happened before? Anyway, I don't want to talk about the war. This has got nothing to do with the war. Just because he happened to be the leader of the country when we went into a war following you-know-who. Absolutely. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about now.
It does. It has to do with who Tony Blair represents. Tony Blair is one of the most committed globalists in the world.
What's wrong with globalism?
Well, I mean, it depends which side of the coin you're on. To me, I believe in the nation state. I want to preserve the nation state.
Really? Is there anything that you're standing up in or you can touch now without getting in a car that was actually made in Scotland? No. Made in China, I bet you. And the stuff that you're wearing that was made in China and Singapore and all points east usually has been brought to you by the wonders of globalization, Jonathan.
Well, that's also destroyed the manufacturing base of this country as well. I mean,
no, that's not true. What's destroyed the manufacturing base in this country is that people in this country stopped buying goods that were made in this country. Why? Because they were too expensive.
No, that's nonsense.
Well, why do you not buy Scottish-made clothes? Because they're too expensive. Exactly.
No, what do you mean exactly? I've got a bottle of single malt whiskey here, right? So
are you wearing it right now?
No, but you have an idea how much we export around the world?
What has that got to do with what? Yes, that's another example of globalization.
No, it has to do with trade.
Exporting around the world is globalization.
No, trade existed between independent nations before globalization.
Well, what does globalization mean to you?
Globalization means the destruction of the nation state. Basically, it leads towards one world government. That's the agenda that's at play here. And that's what every establishment...
People in dark suits in a hollowed out volcano are coming up with some evil schemes to take over the world. That's a James Bond film, Jonathan. Not real. Ugh, painful. Stop looking at YouTube. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, there's an evil master plan. Don't tell me the Rothschilds are behind it. I can't take it anymore. Vancouver, Aaron. Are you the bloke with the chairs? I'm sitting in one of your chairs right now, as a matter of fact.
That's nothing to do with me, mate. Nothing to do with me.
Okay, then.
We don't build those. And don't tell me James Bond films aren't real. Come on, you're ruining all my memories of boxing days when I lived in the United Kingdom. I just want to touch on a couple of things briefly. First thing, Tony Blair, and then moving on to Brexit. As somebody who took his, I was a Thatcher kid, so I went to grade 3 and 4 and 5 in Cornwall.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Grade what? Grade 3, grade 4.
Call it year 2.
You're talking about school, 4. Right?
School.
Yeah, you were at school when Margaret Thatcher was on the throne.
What? Yes, exactly. And I kept hearing about all the antics with Arthur Scargill. And then I took my A-levels in the late 90s, and I'm walking around Gloucestershire, May 1st, 1996. Everybody's got smiles on their faces because we've just elected Tony Blair.
Yes.
So imagine my surprise when, after I moved back to Canada in the early 2000s, I keep seeing on the internet people raging against Tony Blair and saying that he lied.
Every time his name comes up, the outpouring of enmity is it's up to your eyeballs. He's the most successful prime minister in living memory. We voted for him over and over again, and yet people can't stand him. They don't want to hear him. They don't want to see him. They don't want to know anything about him. They'd rather scrub him from their memories.
You ask anybody in Western Canada and the United States, name me a British Prime Minister, they'll name Blair, Thatcher. That's it.
Churchill.
Blair, Thatcher, Churchill. That's who they'll name.
Yeah.
Now, for the Iraq War, I'm not going to relitigate it. Obviously, with the Americans as well, they tactically got it wrong. Strategically, probably was a good idea to get rid of Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
But to think there was going to be a freedom tank parade going through Baghdad with just putting in 120,000 soldiers, nah,
Never going to happen.
Well, the problem
And
with
never
getting
gonna
we're getting rid of a mass murdering dictator is that he, by being such a person, has kept the country in some sort of hideous order. And when when the thumb is taken off, the lid is taken off the pan, then it's going to bubble up a bit. Actually, that's the wrong way around from a cook's perspective, but I think you know what I mean.
No, that's correct. And so I guess this is where it segues into Brexit, is you had a lot of the globalists like Bush and Blair thinking that, well, we don't really need to declare war against a sovereign state. We can just kind of put some divisions, invade, and things will just kind of happen. Well, that's kind of the globalist.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can invade a country without also declaring war. Can you?
Oh, yes, you can, and that's what they did. They pushed over the Kuwaiti border without a declaration of war. The UN was totally divided. We had poor relations with France at the time, so there was no declaration of war. So that's the globalist thinking as well.
Okay, well, yeah, I appreciate this history lesson, Aaron, but this is not what I'm talking about. I don't want to talk about the Tony Blair's war.
Right, no, and I'm segueing that now into Brexit.
Okay.
In Brexit,
not a moment too soon.
We're not having an honest conversation. What does it mean for the United Kingdom to be separate, to be independent? We're talking about a soft Irish border, a hard Irish border. Maybe there's movement of people, maybe not. People really, really have to have a gut check about what does it mean to be sovereign. You know, when I got my A levels and I was watching France '98, sorry, I can't say that word on British radio. I could not believe that there was an English team and a Welsh team and a Scottish team. Blew my mind. I thought, there's a Canadian team. Why is there not a United Kingdom team playing on the pitch? That's my perspective.
Team GB.
So I think now there needs to be a complete A to Z conversation. What is this nation state?
Oh God, we're not more talking. I can't stand it.
I know Brits don't like talking, but honestly, there has to be a complete A to Z conversation.
Okay. No, it's a no from me. No, we're just going to have to close our eyes and decide. I'm through talking about it. But anyway, let me just ask you this. You just legalized marijuana in Canada. Is Canada still there? Is it a smoking ruin?
It stinks. The buses stink.
The buses stink. Yeah, well, you mean they smell of something different?
Extremely well.
Yeah, you bet it is. This anonymous message says, well, if it isn't Tony Blair, every time he opens his mouth, he lies. He is 100% responsible for the mess we're in. But no, he's not. No, he isn't. David Cameron is 100% responsible for the mess we're in. It's all your fault, Dave. This says, Nick, it would be the easiest deal in history, as easy as falling off a log. Well, if only falling off a log was so easy. And this says, there's no need for another referendum. We've had the vote, move on. And then all in caps, like he's shouting at me, we are leaving, so that is it. Yes, we know we're leaving. It's the manner of our leaving that is up for discussion. I mean, if that isn't a perfect example of why we should never have been asked this question in the first place, I don't know what is. We are leaving, so that is it. As though that's as simple as, no further discussion is required. It's that simple, literally. Well, what we've been talking about for 2 years, if it's that simple, God, the asininity is just mind-boggling. My mind is boggling. If you could hear my mind right now, it would sound, he says, desperately trying to find it, a little bit like this. That is the sound of my mind boggling. Richard in Leatherhead says, it is NATO, but the EU has been stabilising net over Europe. What? It is NATO, but the EU has been a stabilising net over Europe, keeping economic and political stability. Does that make sense?
No.
It has played a soft role in keeping the peace we have enjoyed for many years. Peace. This is peace. This racket. It is NATO, but the EU... That makes no sense at all. A little bit of editing required, I think. Who is my glamorous assistant today? Show yourself. Where are you? Ah. Your fault, then. Stephen Upminster says, is it me, or is the gargantuan Christmas tree outside number 10 moving slowly but surely across the door? Do you think it was her plan B in case she lost the vote last week? I tell you what is a disappointment, again, is the giant... It is big, but it doesn't actually look big in its surroundings. The giant Christmas tree in Trafalgar Square. It's rubbish. I mean, no offence to the Norwegians, but that is just another rubbish tree you've given us. Which has not been improved by the way we've lit it, which is probably the worst. Oh, God. Speaking of lights, wow, what a coincidence. That was spooky. The lights just went out in the studio at the very moment I said light. Yeah, I don't know, who actually puts the lights on the tree? I want the name of the person, because it's always terrible. The tree in Trafalgar Square is supposedly our national tree, yes? I mean, it's not the one outside number 10. It's not big enough, and you can't get to see it. Can't go around it, you can't get anywhere near it. You try approaching the tree at number 10, and you'll be met with a stern response. Those guys are always there, always with their faces pressed up against that railing, with their automatic machine guns and their stern mien. If I was a police person stationed outside number 10 Downing Street, well, first of all, I'd want to know what I'd done to deserve this. And second, I'd want to be inside. Why do they have to stand outside? Freezing rain, snowing, winds, all of it. That seems like a cruel and unusual punishment to me. Maybe they've been bad. Maybe it's exactly what they deserve. But wouldn't it be better if they were inside? You know, where it's warm? Just a thought. Every time I go by there, they're there. Faces pressed up against the railing. Please help me. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, the tree in Trafalgar Square. Awful. It's like a council workman with not much time on his hands and a fag hanging out his mouth just decided to chuck some lights at it and left them where they landed. Every year it's the same. It's the same string of lights. Can we not afford a bigger string of lights? Or maybe some colours would be nice. You know, red and yellow and green and blue. Groovy. It's a total disgrace to this nation. And to Jesus, by the way. They string the lights in vertical lines from top to bottom. That's not how you string lights around a tree. They're supposed to be interwoven, in and out. Where's the baubles? I'm just saying. Stephen Upminster says, is it me, or is the... Oh, no, I've read that. Shrey in Harrow says, my wish is that Brexit does not happen, and that we remain in the EU. To quote the Mariah song, all I want for Christmas is EU. Oh, by the way, I know what the best Christmas song is, and I'll take no argument about this. I know what the best Christmas song is, and I tweet this every year. Ever since Twitter was invented, it's probably the best thing that has ever been put on Twitter. Every year I tweet this song, and it's quite hard to find, and every year I forget what it's called, and then I have to go hunting for it. It's a song by the biggest artist in the world ever. Not Michael Jackson. Not him. Bigger than that. Better than that. And I'll tweet it tomorrow if I can find a computer tomorrow that works. I'll tweet it out tomorrow. The best Christmas song in the world ever. No arguments. I'll put that on my Twitter page tomorrow. It's a long song too. It's not one of these short ones. It's not A Wall of Sound by Phil Spector. It's nothing like that. And it's not anything with Bing Crosby in it. Boom, 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 boom. Not like that. It is great. It's so tremendously great you want to hear it when it's not Christmas. In fact, it's the best song that the world's biggest artist ever recorded. All these things are facts, by the way. You should be writing this stuff down. Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yes, good evening, Nick.
Brian.
We know Tony Blair, and Theresa May slapped him down, saying, you know, for a Prime Minister to be saying these things about the second referendum, interfering, while she's trying to talk with Brussels and that.
Yeah, well, Brussels doesn't want to talk to her anymore.
No, but she's saying he's interfering and trying to thingy down the deal.
Did she?
Now, she's always... Yeah, it's in the paper tomorrow. Right.
That's spooky.
No, it's in the paper.
It's in the
But
paper
also-
tomorrow. Wow.
Yeah, but also in the paper
How
is...
do you know that?
She's right to talk him down. He's a nuisance, isn't he? Nobody listens to her anyway. He should go away.
Well,
Right, but anyway.
I disagree. I mean, if there's anybody alive that knows more about the machinations of politicking, it's Tony Blair.
Right, we'll go on further. I don't agree with you. In another paper tomorrow, I think it's the Telegraph, it's saying her own cabinet is plotting a second referendum. Hammond, Liddington, Rudd,
Yeah.
Clark,
Farage.
The obvious Remainers, right, in a cabinet.
Yeah. Well, the Parliament can't decide, so we're going to have to decide.
Just a second.
All right.
So, she's saying she doesn't want a second referendum herself in the papers. What are you laughing about?
You.
Right, she's saying in the paper she doesn't want a second referendum.
Yes, you said that already.
Right. So why? She must know something about this. Why isn't she calling them? If she's saying she wants no second referendum, why isn't she calling them down? If she wants to get a deal with the EU...
She's got one.
But the thing is, to get a better deal...
There's no such thing as a better deal. They've said that over and over again.
We'll see about that. But anyway...
Sounds like you're threatening me now.
If she wants to get... The Tory party have to deliver some kind of Brexit leave. If they don't, they've lost all credibility.
The Tory party have lost all credibility.
No.
Blimey, they're
Well,
like
if they
rats. They're like rats in a sack. They're tearing chunks out of each other. I've never seen anything like it. The circus is better organised.
Just a second, Nick. If we remain, they lose all credibility. So why doesn't she tell the likes of Liddington, Rudd, Hammond and all them?
Listen, why do you arch Brexiteers? Why have you drawn a line under the will of the people at a one moment frozen in time and preserved in aspic, and we must never be asked this or any other question ever again because you won?
Because the Conservatives in power, they have to deliver some kind of Brexit, right? And that is it.
Yes, but they can't agree what kind of Brexit. They can't agree between themselves, and they can't agree between parties, and nobody can agree. So we're going to have to decide ourselves, aren't we, Brian?
So if Theresa May is saying no second referendum, that means no Remain. Why doesn't she take Remain off the table? And that stops all the
She
argument,
has
isn't it?
taken Remain. When have you last heard Theresa May even mention the possibility of us staying in the EU? Over and over again. She
has said, we won't check Article 50, right? And no second referendum. But she has never actually said to her own parliament, Remain is off the table. She hasn't set that in stone.
Oh, are you kidding me? I'm going to send. I'm going to send some Q-tips in the post, Brian, because you must have waxy build-up. She has said that over and over again, till she's blue in the face. We're leaving on March the 29th. She's set your watch. I don't know how you could have misheard that. Did they get the news in Stockton-on-Tees? But anyway, thanks a lot, Brian. Always a pleasure. And, I wish you all the best this time of year. Sue says, when will you be on over Christmas and New Year? Are you doing the A to Z thing? It will make a change from Brexit. Yes, it will, Sue.
Affirmative.
And I will be on from next Friday throughout the entire period, every night. And I'll start the A to Z thing on Christmas Eve, I think, would be a very good place to start. So that's the plan. The A to Z of 2018 starts on Christmas Eve, and I'll be on every night from next Friday through, way through into the new year. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I always do. I've been looking forward to Christmas since last January. And Ruth in Streatham says, I agree regarding the Christmas tree in Trafalgar Square. It looks artificial and horrid. Yeah, thanks a lot, Norway. You can take your tree and you can stick it. But I do wish you all the best. Hornchurch, Zach.
Nick.
Zach.
Fact, my friend.
Facts.
Tony Blair was never as successful as Mrs. Thatcher, who was in power for less time than she was. He never beat her time in power.
No, he was in power for less time than she was, yeah.
Yes, he wasn't. She wasn't as successful as she was. But that wasn't
well, it depends what you mean by it depends what you mean by success. Tony Blair never nicked any kid's milk, for instance.
No, he didn't. He didn't. But what she did do was, let's be honest, she put the economy into a fantastic state.
Oh, get lost. No, she did not. She got a temporary reprieve from us being the sick man of Europe by selling off all of the family silver.
I'm talking about before that, when I was sitting in my house watching television 3 nights a week because we had no power cuts, the dead wasn't getting buried, and Jim Callaghan had a nightmare of a government. So don't tell me who was right and who was wrong. I was there and I lived through it, mate.
Well, so was I. I am telling you that you are wrong. You are incorrect to suggest that Margaret Thatcher was more successful, for the long-term benefit of the country, that she was more successful than Tony Blair, because under her gimlet eye, we abandoned our manufacturing base and decided to put all of our eggs in the financial finagling racket. And look how that's worked out.
And which is every single country followed us in that lead afterwards, didn't they?
Incorrect.
Right? Look at America.
America didn't follow us. We followed America.
No. In my trade, a lot of the manufacturing in America had already started going overseas when she was in power.
Well, what does she have to do with America?
What do you mean? What does she have to do with America?
Well, you're telling me about American trade. What's that got to do with Margaret Thatcher?
No. You said she just sold off all the family.
She did.
She didn't. No. She privatised a lot of the loss.
Exactly. That's precisely what I'm saying.
They were all loss-making, shipbuilding, the coal industry. Yeah, we'd have done really well, wouldn't we, if we'd have kept the coal mines open with the CO2 emissions of today? And that's not why I rang anyway. I rang to tell you that I voted. I'm a Brexiter, okay? I'm not a racist. I'm not a swivel-eyed idiot. The reason I voted...
Why do certain people have to alert us to the fact that they're not a racist? I mean, what kind of a person would start a conversation by saying, "I'm not a racist, but"?
Because we keep being reminded that the reason we voted to leave was because purely of immigration, and it wasn't for me. It really wasn't. The situation with me, I own quite a large company, and the reason I voted out is over the past 15 years, the EU have completely destroyed any hope of our company, doing well.
Well, what do you do for a living? Haulage.
Telecommunications.
The EU has destroyed the telecommunications business.
Nick, unfortunately, you're a radio presenter. You're not in that industry. Go on to Google.
Well, tell me how the EU has destroyed the radio communication the radio telecom.
Telecommunications.
Yeah. How?
I'll give you a very brief. I'll give you a very brief reason of one of them. Mobile phone charges.
Yes.
Yeah?
Thankfully, they're down, and we have the EU to thank for that.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Roaming charges. Our government would have done anything about it.
Well, you're going to let me talk, or you wanted to hear my reasons why? Do you want to hear them, or should we call it a day?
Oh, I'm on the fence, Zach. I could go either way.
Well, you choose. You're in the power, not me.
If you can be brief.
You've got a button.
Go on, be brief.
Right. I'll tell you very quickly. Basically, years ago, the EU brought in a thing called MTR, Mobile Termination Review, right? And it basically cut all the prices of telephone calls between networks.
Right.
When you make a phone call from your mobile to another network, right, you get charged in country about 20p a minute. The wholesale cost of that call is 0.84 pence. You can see what the big companies make on it, yeah? The problem is that when you make a call, the price you pay is still the same, but the payout we get as a small company when people dial our numbers has gone from 10 pence 10 years ago to 0.84 of a pence, but the consumer never sees that. The mobile companies keep that extra for themselves. We're not a big company. We can't fight these things in courts and arbitration, stuff like that. So we're stuck. So over the past 10 years, our revenue has dropped 10 times, but the consumer doesn't see that. The money just goes into the pockets of the big companies.
I think it's ridiculous to suggest that the cost of calling on a mobile has not gone down for the consumer.
It has gone down for the consumer.
Well, then the consumer does see it.
No, 20 pence, Nick. 20 pence, right, on a call that costs 0.84 at a wholesale rate. Okay.
Okay, these are just numbers. I mean, your overall point seems to be that the cost has come down, but the consumer hasn't seen the reduction in cost. Yes, they have. Absolutely. Used to cost an arm and a leg to call anybody, such that you wouldn't ever use your mobile phone. People would be concerned about calling someone's mobile phone from their landline. And if the EU, which seems to be the case, that they've reduced the cost of calling, our government would never have done that, then I think we should be congratulating them. We should be on our hands and knees crawling across the carpet to kiss their shoes. And that you're not doing very well is not the EU's fault. But anyway, thanks for shouting at me. 0345 6060 973. I mean, the EU acting in the best interests of the consumer, whether that affects business or not, is what the EU is set up for. When governments act in the best interests of corporations, then people whine and complain and moan about it. I mean, I'd prefer that the government's acted in the best interests of the little people, not people that own giant corporations. But, that's just me. Samantha in Ealing says, is it December Will Be Magical Again by Kate Bush? Oh, the greatest song that's... No. Way out. Not even close, Samantha. I never even heard of it. Is that from the Snow album? It's not from the album that goes, Washing Machine, which is a tremendous album. And that song about the washing machine is not remotely as boring as a song about a washing machine sounds. Plus, it's not about a washing machine. Ariel. Every single household should have that album. I'll wait till you go and get it. It was so great that it was a really long time since she'd released an album, and then she came out with this thing called Ariel. She sent it to a record company, and they must have sucked their teeth on it and said, well, you know what, it's not quite long enough for a double album, but it's just slightly too long for a single album. We can't squeeze it all on a CD, Mrs. Bush. But she has the power and the artistic heft to force them to release it as a double album. Fortunately. Tremendous. And excellent work. But no, that's not it. And it's a bigger artist than Kate Bush. Biggest artist in the whole wide world ever, ever, ever. Did the greatest Christmas song of all time, which happens to be that artist's best ever song. But you never hear it. I bet that there's not a radio station in the world that will play... they'll all go through their Christmas catalogue. They're doing it right now, I bet you. I bet there's not one single one of them that plays the song that I have in mind. I'll tweet it tomorrow. Yeah, thanks, Tony. You're the best. He likes me even though I'm not a racist.
Oh, shut up!
So, have they fit him for an ankle bracelet yet? Wow, absolutely everybody that's ever had any contact with Donald Trump of any kind whatsoever is currently looking at jail time.
I'm a person that wants to tell the truth. I'm an honest person.
Yeah, sure you are. Oh, painful. I don't think Donald Trump is a very nice person.
Donald Trump is a very nice person.
Well, I got that wrong. John in Rushton says, isn't it amazing that the French are rioting over the increased cost of living and we're voting for it? Well, that's an interesting way of thinking about it. Huh. Yeah, we're saying, they're saying non merci, and we're saying yes, please. Simon in Windsor says, when you do that A to Z thing, I think I've got a B for you. Really? I was thinking of just skipping the B's. He says, also, that tree we get is from Norway as a thank you because of the help that we gave them in the war. Blue Peter used to do a story on it every year, so it must be true. Yeah, I do remember that Blue Peter did a story on it. And we do not accept that tree as a gift. We should have sent it back. I mean, they must have a bigger one than that. That looks tantamount to a declaration of war. Never mind about appreciation of our help in the war. James says, even as someone who voted Remain, it's obvious we're going to have to leave. It's the only way for some people to realise how much more rubbish things can get. Yeah, we'll give the Brexiteers what they want. That'll teach them. He said, already on TV we're seeing holidaymakers at the airport moaning about how few euros they get for their pounds.
Stop whining.
They then get to ask how they voted, and almost always they say they voted leave. You know, almost as though actions have consequences. Who'd have thunk it? And Carolyn Paul says, best news all week, you being on the air for 2 weeks. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, Carol. And Paul in Glasgow says, is the Christmas song either... oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you got it. That's it. First one. That's it. It's the first one. It's not Must Be Santa by Bob Dylan. I'd never even heard of that one. No, it's the first one. I'll tweet it tomorrow. I'll tweet the actual video of the song so you don't have to go and search for it. You're welcome. Here's a call in Durham. Elizabeth.
Hello, Nick. Good evening.
Yes, Elizabeth.
Hello, I've just listened to the Trump thing, and I was just thinking, he said he's a very intelligent man because he knows a lot of words.
Yeah.
And that, to me, epitomises what I listen to a lot.
Yeah.
The reason I called is I listen as I always do.
Mm-hmm.
And this
You should always listen to his words.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Yeah.
He knows the best words.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course he does.
He's very smart.
So I went to the Wharton School of Finance.
He's like Brian. I just switched on the radio.
Who's
and the
Brian?
first thing I heard was Brian yet again.
Who's Brian?
And I wanted to say, oh no, not him again.
Who's Brian?
You know.
I don't know who's Brian.
You call her.
Oh, somebody I spoke to is called Brian?
He's on every show.
Is he?
Through the night. He's on every show you can imagine. And I'm thinking, oh no, not him again.
Oh, not him again.
Boring.
I have no idea who Brian is, but anyway.
He's either from Hartlepool or somewhere.
Oh, okay.
But I find it very difficult for him to construct a sentence that makes any sense to me.
Yeah, well, it fits right in here then.
But yes, yeah, I lived in France. I lived in France a long time, and my friend, who is German, living in France now, said to me, "Elizabeth, when you go back to England and start listening to the radio, you'll be surprised how many
Egypts."
Yes, I said that can't be right. That cannot be right. She said, you will be surprised. Because she told me Brexit was happening beforehand. I said, it can't be happening, surely not. She said, you go and put some money on a bet that Brexit, they win. Because I'm telling you, the way I listen to people on radio,
well, I predicted it.
Brexit.
I predicted it.
Reason,
If you wind the tapes back, you'll find that I predicted it. I knew we were going to leave. And you know why I knew we were going to leave? Because people that wanted out were single issue obsessives. That was the most, and continues to be, the most important thing in their life. Because a lot of people have convinced themselves that their lives will change dramatically if only we leave the European Union. I'm telling you right now, oh no, they won't. But that's beside the by. Or that's by the by. Wait a minute. Hang on a minute, Elizabeth. And so, wait a minute. I knew that everybody that wanted out would crawl on over broken glass to go and vote, whereas the people that wanted to stay in, they weren't that bothered. They were thinking of other things. You know, they had other things on their minds. They weren't that concerned about it because they didn't think it was actually going to come to pass. But the people who wanted out, oh boy, 100% of the people that wanted out went to vote, whereas a much smaller percent of the people that wanted to remain went to vote, and that's why I knew that we would leave. And it's the same reason that Donald Trump got elected, and I predicted that that would happen as well. It's the exact same thing. All you need is about 30, 40%, not even 40, like mid 30%, of utter obsessives behind an issue, and you will get that through a vote.
And yet, very little of it is factual. The stuff they're talking about is just based on an idea.
Well, no, there are no such thing as facts anymore, Elizabeth.
Oh, well, there are. There are fake facts.
Everything is equally valid these days,
Elizabeth. I just wonder how many people have actually sat and watched Parliament, gone to sit and listen to the select committees discussing business. I doubt if they've spent more than a couple of hours on anything like that, but they come out with all these sound bites of total rubbish. Anyway, the other thing I was thinking about today, which happened this morning, is Lord Lawson. He did have a holiday in a friend of mine's sheet complex in Brittany with all of his family who live in France, and now my friend tells me he has his residency, his carte d'azur, and living in France, and he was a frontline Brexiteer. He's a how can he do that? It's like do as I say, not do as I do. So if you have money, you can do as you want. But for the ordinary people who used to love to travel and have their holidays, will be finding it so much more difficult now to afford their holidays.
I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think people are making too much about this. There's going to be a €7 charge to get a visa to go to Europe. I mean, really, does that make any difference?
Oh, no, not the €7, because those who want to go to France will go.
Yeah.
They will go, but the fact is, as I understand it, you can only go once in a certain period of time, and then you must wait another 6 months before you can go again. This is coming from information in France. Now, this may not be true, but this is what's going around France at the moment.
Right, they're going to be dribbling out France in only small amounts because we Brits won't be able to take all of that pleasure at once?
Correct.
Huh.
Fabulous.
I had no idea. All right, well, thanks.
Neither have I.
Yeah.
But anyway, good luck to you. And the Christmas tree, by the way, you never string lights coming down.
I know. What kind of
How tacky? How tacky is that?
Well, it's lazy, is what it is.
And tacky.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Elizabeth. There you are. You see. I want the person who did the Christmas light, whoever it is, they do the same blooming thing every year. For as long as I can remember, year after year after year, it's the same strings of lights. I mean, they don't even flash on and off. There's no baubles, there's no colour to them, there's no art to their design. I think they just come over on get hoiked up on a crane, they just chuck them on the tree and just leave them there. Job's done. Somebody say lunch. Yvonne in Hastings says, hello, Nick, who did Donny want to punch in the face? Oh, don't you recall that? I think it was one of his demented yeehaw rallies, you know, with all those people with Make America White Again hats. And I think somebody had the temerity to disagree with something that the Orange Nightmare said. And they pulled him out of the hall, and Donald Trump, bravely, behind an entire wall of armed guards, bristling with weaponry, said...
I'd like to punch him in the face.
Yeah, sure you would, Donny. You know, as long as your heel doesn't hurt, he would be springing into action. What a phony. Joe says, I remember you saying last year that it was some song by Leap that is the best Christmas song ever, ever, ever. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret till tomorrow, says Joe. Thanks a lot, Joe. Keith says, we're one of the leading countries promoting democracy all over the world. One of. And the world is watching our government deliver the result of the referendum to the majority. What do you think they are thinking as they witness with their own eyes what's going on? I think they're thinking...
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, even Donald Trump can't believe it. Even he can't believe his eyes. What the hell is going on? It's not the majority anymore. Oh, this is just absolutely excruciating. I mean, evidence after evidence after evidence, expert after... see, I said the E word.
Oh, no.
Experts. I know that nobody's remotely interested in facts and experts anymore, but if you put the experts that say we shouldn't have been asked in the first place, let alone be actually doing it, on one set of scales, and you put the bloke who looks like Catweasel who runs a pub on the other side, then I think that the experts who said that we shouldn't really leave, they outweigh the leavers. You've got little Lord Fauntleroy on one side and all of British industry on the other side saying, please no, don't go. Gino says, how dare you insult the lights on the tree at Trafalgar Square? They're traditional Norwegian style. Blooming cheek. Is that hygge that I've heard so much about? Is that Norway or Sweden? There's no difference between Norway and Sweden. It's the same country, isn't it? It's geography. I know as much about geography as history, or any other subject for that matter. Nobody cares. It's a colder place than here, therefore nobody's remotely interested in going on holiday there, and I think you'll find that is correct.
Affirmative.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Of course, other than Tony Blair, there's another person that we used to be in love with, but I think there's a sizable section of the country that don't love him no more. Not necessarily because of anything that he has done personally, but maybe it's just a function of having been around a long time. But anyway, he has stuck his oar in about this whole EU thing, and I'll tell you what he said in a minute. Keith says, we're one of the leading I read that. Gina, I read that one. Wow, I'm way ahead of schedule, eh? I'm doing very well. Nottingham, hello, Steve.
Hi, Nick.
Steve.
Hi. I realise this is a bit of a daft question, but when you, through the week, do you listen to LBC, all the time?
No.
Oh, I kind of thought you would, because just 6 hours a week of sparkling contributions from the great British public, I just thought, you'd want more. But because I do, so I listen to LBC quite a lot, and one of the things that's been happening...
Well, to be fair, though, you did ask me if I listen all the time, to which the answer must be no.
Oh, I suppose so, because you've got to sleep, I suppose, yeah, fair enough. Because I listen, and whenever the topic of a second referendum comes up, there's often people phone in and say, if there is a second referendum, I will never ever vote again. And the thing is, they say it I'm kind of trying to take my cues, my emotional cues from their tone of voice and all that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And they're saying it like this is, this is serious. This is a very serious, very big deal.
Yes.
And but they obviously they voted leave. They are quite right wing, very right wing, quite a lot of the time. And they sound sort of a bit unhinged, a bit angry. And so they're saying, I will never ever vote again. And they're saying, this is really bad. And I'm sitting there and thinking, is it really bad if you lot never vote again? Okay. I don't want to sound mean.
I like it when individual callers pick on other individual callers to have a fight on the air. What you're doing is you're picking on virtually 50% of everybody that's listening to this right now.
But once, actually there was another guy who kind of took it up a notch, where he was on with Matt Fry 2 or 3 weekends ago, and Matt Fry says to him, so if there is a second referendum and the vote goes to Remain, what will you do? And the man says, I will riot. I will burn. He said,
I will riot.
He said, I will burn down the Houses of Parliament.
Oh, good.
And Matt,
I hope we'd got his number.
Yeah, well, I guess you probably did. Matt hears this and he goes, "Ooh, that's quite serious, isn't it? That's quite serious thing to say. Are you sure you're going to do that?" And the guy says, "Yes, I will. I will burn down the House of Parliament."
Well, that's a smart move, because what you really want to do is tell everybody that you're going to do that first and leave your name and address with an organisation where the police can find you.
That you're right, but this is what you see again. I was thinking, because the way that he was saying it, it's like it's a threat. You know, it's like this is a bad thing. He's saying, "I'm going to do a bad thing." And again, I was sitting there and I was listening to him. I was thinking, would that I mean, look.
Well, here's what you should have been thinking, Steve. We as a nation are following that person.
No, I'm very aware that that is a bit of a worry.
Because that's what we're doing right now. The most unhinged Brexiteer comments that you have ever heard, the most far out there comments, the person that said that is the one that's leading us now. That is actually what is happening.
Yeah, they get quite a lot of cover from like fancy talking politicians, don't they? But it is like there's this vast rump of really crazy loonies. But you see, like if let's say when you look at that.
See now, I just before you go on, let me correct you about crazy loonies. You can't say that they're crazy loonies. I think that what has happened is that. People have been persuaded that that their lives will be improved immeasurably when we leave, because it is only by being in the EU that they have been held back. That's just not true.
Bad.
When they realise when we're out and they continue to be poor, or even poorer, then perhaps for some people there will be a dawning realisation. For others, they will find another small identifiable group of people to pin the blame on. But I think that a lot of people in this country have been sold a pup. Your lives will not improve when we're out. How could they? Under what circumstance will they improve? If you're poor now, you will continue to be poor. If you're rich, of course, and almost all, in fact, all of the most ardent public Brexiteer supporters are fabulously rich, curiously, then you will continue to be rich afterwards. Nothing to worry about.
That's right. You've actually jogged my memory for something, because I agree completely with you about that. You often say that they feel like they've won a prize.
Yes.
Now,
won the lottery is what they feel like.
The little twist to their prizes. When you think about winning a prize, it's always something that makes your life a bit better. You know, I won a key ring when I was like 7 years old, and it was quite a jazzy key ring. So that was nice.
A jazzy key ring.
Yeah.
Wow. Describe it for us.
It was like a landline telephone cord. So it like extended. Oh, it was amazing. It's a long time ago. But we're in a peculiar situation here where you won a prize, but the prize will make your life worse. And I think that it's something for anyone that's a bit of it's hard to compute that.
Yeah, you won £1,000 and we're going to pay you in farthings.
Yeah. Well, I once won a quiz. It was this really daft quiz that my form tutor ran, and he said no one should get a score as high as that on a quiz as stupid as this. So your prize is to stand in front of the class and sing a Christmas carol. And I was like 14. I was incredibly embarrassed by the whole thing. And I kind of think, well, this is weird, isn't it?
Well, which one did you select?
I think it was Silent Night, but he made me stop really soon.
Well, yeah, I think I would have stopped you before you started. Silent Night. Oh, can you pick a better one than that?
Boring. If they'd had, stop me before it started. Yeah. This is the thing. This is why I think people don't quite get that the deal that we've got with the EU right now is so
much better than anything that we're going to get when we're out. Precisely.
Yeah.
But you won't be able to tell anybody that. Not the people that made up their minds 2.5 years ago, because no piece of information of any kind whatsoever has seeped into anybody's brain, not just the people who voted out, but the people who voted in too. No one has learnt a single fact either before the referendum or afterwards. We made our minds up based on no information of any kind whatsoever and have refused to learn a thing since.
I've learned some stuff, but it's all
rubbish.
stuff
I bet you haven't learned one single thing. Name one thing you've learnt.
All right, I'm going to knock your socks off now. The USA has a clause in its free trade agreements that is a novel clause where if, let's say the UK signs a free trade agreement with America, if we then want to go and sign one with China, the USA can say, we don't like China, we're not going to let you do that. Or they could say, well, if you're going to sign one with China, then we're going to activate this clause and we're going to make sure that literally everyone in your country eats a whole chlorinated chicken every day for breakfast, because we can do that.
Right.
Because we're bigger and stronger
than you are, yeah. Okay, well, thanks for giving us the good news, Steve. I love the taste of chlorinated chicken in the morning. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. He was entertaining and all, but did that make any sense?
No.
Sue says, talking of lights, the Christmas lights in Oxford Street are just terrible. Well, here's a question, Sue. Why on earth would you want to go up Oxford Street? Are you out of your mind? Why would anybody want to go up Oxford Street? Oxford Street is awful. It's a valley of pollution. There's not a single thing up Oxford Street that anybody would be remotely interested in going to. I mean, why go Oxford? It's one of the most famous shopping streets in the world, and yet there's only one shop on it that's any good. Weird. Jim says, are you sure your voice is ready and prepared to last us through the upcoming A to Z countdown? Have you taken precautions? Well, believe me, I've thought about it, because that is not I do not want to get sick in my upcoming stint. Every time I go on public transport, people are coughing and sneezing, and oh God, I feel like I'm getting their lurgies all over me. If only this page had jumped to it, you would have heard an amusing sound effect representing lurgies. Oh well, never mind. I don't think touchscreen technology is going to catch on. It just flat out doesn't work. This says, Boris's only chance to become Prime Minister is a second referendum and to back Remain. Wow, he doesn't appear to have any strong views about anything other than what benefits him personally. He used to be for, and then he was again, and he could be for again. Who knows? Let's have a call in Catford. Steve.
Hi, Nick. Good evening to you. Talking about Christmas lights, I came through the other night. Came through Blackheath, which is not far from here. It's 20 minutes up the road.
Yes.
Beautiful. It looks so sweet.
Oh, so cute.
It was. They had a massive great tree and lights. It looked like a little fairy grotto. I thought, that's nice. Go down the hill into Catford, bugger all. Absolutely nothing. We've got a scrappy old tree with a bit of fence around it and some, I don't know, two blokes with fags in their mouth chucking it up. It's rubbish, which is it's the same borough as well. So I don't quite understand that. They've made an effort in Blackheath, and they've made no effort at all around here.
But isn't Blackheath an upscale area?
It is.
Yes, and is Catford the exact opposite of that?
Not quite the exact, but not as obviously as salubrious as Blackheath.
Yeah.
So obviously they don't care about us enough.
No. But, you must learn your place.
I know. But the environs of Catford are quite pleasant. Lots of green spaces. We've got a little river near us, and it's quite sweet. But Christmas songs. There's one. It's not strictly a Christmas song. It's on Blue, Joni Mitchell's album Blue, and it's called River. Do you know that one?
Well, I know the album Blue, but I can't recall how that one goes.
Yeah. It's got a little refrain of
she's sort of an off kilter Jingle Bells, and she's singing about a river she can skate away on. It's quite beautiful. That's very Christmassy. But the other one, I mean, it's obvious. It's an obvious one, but In the Bleak Midwinter Always, I think, sung well, is quite a nice one.
All you need to do, it sounds simple, doesn't it? All you need to do in order to put your feet up and smoke a cigar for the rest of your life is to write one 3-minute song about Christmas and then just do nothing forever. I mean, Noddy Holder must wake up laughing.
He does. Nobby, yeah. And Jim Lee, the other guy's got nothing out of it, as far as I know. But
I mean, did Noddy write that song? I mean, the check that he must get, I don't know how long it takes for the PRS to work its way through, but I bet he doesn't have to do anything else for the rest of his life.
Hundreds of thousands of pounds a year he gets for that. Him and Jim Lee wrote it. And they wrote it in summer.
Oh yeah, well most Christmas things are recorded or made in summer. Yeah, I mean all those Christmas adverts that you see on the telly now, they were probably recorded in June.
Yeah. But they recorded it in New York apparently, in the same studio John Lennon was cutting an album, as we say in the music business. And
you're so cool.
He popped in to see the boys and said, "Oh, that's a nice little song, that one." Which is a nice bit of music lore. But, the best deal we could have, what we should do with Teresa is to send her over there and say, could we have the deal we had 2 years ago? Because that was a pretty good deal when you look at it. We weren't in the Euro, we weren't in Schengen, we had freedom of movement. Our bright young people could wander around all over the place without fear of molestation.
See, what's bizarre to me is that before all of this kicked off, before David Cameron made the biggest mistake of his life, it was not up front of mind for anybody. Nobody was going around, apart from some grumbling old buffers on the backbenches of the Conservative Party who had a flea in their ear about this forever. Nobody was thinking about it. Nobody cared. We were just getting along just fine. Everything was cool. No one was concerned. And now it's all anybody can talk about.
I think possibly UKIP would have still been a force in politics, unfortunately. But apart from that, we could sort of ignore.
You think UKIP is a force in politics?
The arguments that UKIP stands for aren't valid.
No, they are lunatics, but they were quite powerful. I think that's Cameron put his party above the country, as they say, and thought he'd get rid of UKIP.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not lunatics. Did you say?
Well, some of them are.
Yeah, I think it's unfair. There are not lunatics in the party.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Yeah, idiots, not lunatics.
Well, they're very shouty people. They like to shout at you, Nick, and I don't like that. It's not nice.
Well, I don't know. A bit of a shout every now and again. It fair cleans out the tubes, don't it? Thanks a lot, Steve. 0345 6060 973. Barry says, why do MPs keep encouraging violence on the streets in the event of a no Brexit? Do you think this is highly irresponsible? Well, yes, but who's suggesting violence on the streets? Have I missed that? Which MP is suggesting that there should be violence on the streets in the event of a no Brexit? That's bizarre. Edwards says, Margaret Thatcher benefited from... I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Margaret Thatcher benefited from a 16% increase in revenues from North Sea oil. She gave it all away in tax cuts for the rich. Norway, with its oil revenues, built the sovereign wealth fund for the benefit of all Norwegians. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't buy into that Margaret Thatcher hero routine. I was at university when Margaret Thatcher was on the throne, and that's why her name has to be said like that, to virtually spit it out. Because it was illegal for anybody under the age of 50 to support Margaret Thatcher. It seemed like her reign was catastrophic to me. Short-termism is what it was all about. She may have turned around the economy from the dismal period that we were going through in the 1970s, but she did so by selling off all of our stuff for a quick monetary gain, which we splurged on, the important things like nuclear weapons. You know, the essentials. And look at us now. Chiswick, hello, Milan.
Hi, Nick. I've got 2 Bs and a D.
Yeah.
Am I a week too early?
A little bit early, yes.
Okay, all right. I'll phone back with my Bs and Ds.
I'll sharpen my pencil for Christmas Eve.
Do you know what? That's the best. That's the thing I look forward to Christmas every year is the Nick Abbott A to Z.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
No, I do. I really do. It's my favourite shows of the year.
No, it's brilliant. It's the thing to listen out for.
I mean, I guess there's a lot of people who've never heard it before and don't know really what we're talking about. What happens is on Christmas Eve, from next Friday, I'll be on every night all the way through Christmas and into the New Year. And for the period from Christmas Eve to New Year's Eve, I'm doing the A to Z of the year. They're very fast running shows. They just zip by. And for most letters of the alphabet, you'll get an hour. And then that's it. And you have to come up with as many things that pertain to the letter in question that had something to do with this year. And it's a lot of fun. And I think you'll enjoy it. Christmas Eve, that's when it starts. 10 o'clock.
Fantastic. So I was going to talk about the €7 charge.
Yeah.
Which is probably going to be labelled by a lot of Brexiteers as, I don't know, the EU bullying us or some sort of tactic. But
I can't believe that anybody cares. Why does anybody care? €7? What difference does it make?
Yeah, but some Brexiteers will say, well, this is a clear example of the EU bullying us, when actually this was thought about before even Article 50 was even triggered, because about the migration crisis, terrorist attacks, and so the EU said we need to strengthen our borders, and so this is the solution that we're going to come up with in 2016, before Article 50 was triggered. So where we, as part of the EU, would have been fine with it, but as we're going to be a third country, we have to pay that €7.
But surely it's not the money that's the thing. It's the money covers the cost of getting us to fill out a form to tell them who we are, right?
Yeah, and then they'll check our details with Interpol and so on like that. So I don't know if somebody has a criminal record here, I don't know how that they'll be going over to the EU. But as with the usual lies and nonsense that comes up with any Brexit argument, this has nothing to do with Brexit and all about the EU strengthening its borders. But nobody was talking about it in 2016 because everyone wanted to slam Gina Miller at that time. So it was just one of those, just one of those things that. So watch out for anyone who says that it's because of the EU bullying us, because it's
it was on the front page of one of the papers this week, as though it actually even matters. €7. You couldn't get 2 beers for €7.
Yeah, well, that's pretty expensive now, isn't it? Some places charge nearly €7 or €10 for a beer, depending on where you go.
For one beer, yeah.
Yeah. But and just what you were saying earlier about Tony Blair, I think I think he's right on having a second referendum, because the deal was not known 2 years ago, and it's not a rerun of the 2016. It's actually saying, this is the deal. It's terrible. We lied to you, but do you want it, or should we revoke Article 50?
I always think of it like this. We reached a fork in the road, and we could have taken the left road or the right road. And we decided, everybody on the bus said, let's take the left road. And we go, righto. And so we carried along a way, and we came to a bridge that hadn't actually been finished yet. And so we thought, well, we could vote again. We could think again and go back to the fork in the road and then take the right road, or we could just continue driving until we fall off the edge of the bridge to our certain death. And the bus has decided that, well, we made up our minds some way down the road, so we're going to all have to die now.
Yeah, exactly. And the bus driver, i.e. Farage and Johnson, have said, no, I promised you that the bridge will be built, but you can't promise something that you're not in control of.
Right.
By
the time we get there, everything will be fine. Just close your eyes and hope for the best.
I'm a nutcase.
Yes.
Do you know what's really annoying is that no Brexiteer will own the car crash. Like, Davis has gone, Boris has resigned. Rees-Mogg is just complaining that his vote wasn't counted for when he tried to get rid of May. They're 33%, and they said that, well, that should be taken account of.
Oh, that was just so comical. Jacob Rees-Mogg, I mean, could you be any funnier? He has been banging on and on about 52% being the will of the people, and that vote must be recognised and enacted upon without further delay. 52% is a winning margin. Meanwhile, what is it, 66% that the Prime Minister just won by? Apparently that's a losing margin. I think somebody needs to explain numbers to Jacob Rees-Mogg. Actually, Dominic Sandbrook, the columnist in the Daily Mail, did an excellent column about this exact subject. I might give you a flavour of it when I come back. I also want to talk about that businessman that I mentioned some while ago, but I didn't get around to.
What we got here is a failure to communicate.
Yeah, nobody's talking to each other. Everybody communicates just by shouting, stamping their feet. This text says, you will have your radio show on Friday the 29th of March 2019 and Saturday the 30th. That's the date and the time we leave the EU. Will it be you who takes us out? I hadn't thunk about that. Well, we'll find out when we get there, eh? Bev says, I agree about the Christmas tree, Nick. It's too skinny and very plain with just white lights. Lazy decorations. Exactly. So that's it, Norway. You've had your chance. It's war. Mike says, I support Cameron to give us the chance of the referendum. You do? The problem, in my opinion, was that having said he would respect the result, he should have remained neutral whilst the campaigning took place. He would then have been in a good position to stay and implement the result. What, with the same result, though? I mean, do you think that he would have got a better deal out of the EU than Mrs. M? The deal's the deal. And nobody likes it. Nobody likes Theresa's deal. Nobody likes no deal. So what are we going to do? You know, Richard Branson... see, I gave it away. I should have... it should have been a pop quiz. Who do you think said that a no-deal Brexit would leave the UK near bankrupt? It's Richard Branson. How did you know? He said, I'm absolutely certain that quite a few businesses will close if there's a hard Brexit. Well, yeah, but what does that mean? Quite a few. Is that like 3 or 3,000? He says it's now very, very clear that Britain would be near bankrupt if we push ahead with something like a hard Brexit. Well, I hate to break the news to you, but we're already bankrupt. I mean, we owe more than we can ever pay back. The dictionary definition of bankrupt is when you can't pay your outstanding debts, isn't it? Well, we can't. We just had 10 years of austerity. We haven't even started to show a monthly profit yet, let alone pay down the debt we owe. I mean, how much do we owe as a country? It's something incredible, like £3 trillion. There's a number so large, I don't even know what it is. And that amount has gone up every year. Every year of the austerity that was brought in, supposedly to bring it down, still going up. And if we've got through 10 years of misery and we still can't pay any of our debt off, we've got no chance of paying it off ever. Which is a bit strange, really. I mean, there's almost every country on Earth is like that, too. It's like planet Earth is a Ponzi scheme. I mean, if we were a person, if this country were a person, we'd be in jail now for going on a mad spending splurge that we can't afford. Somebody would be cutting up our credit cards. They'd be going through our bank account looking for unnecessary spending. Says here, sir, you spent £100 billion on nuclear weapons you'll never use. Was that wise? Says here, you've spent £5 million a year on giving MPs a pay rise. Was that good value for money?
No.
No, not really. When you consider their chronic ineptitude and inability to navigate the waters of Brexit. Richard Branson says, I think Theresa May needs to be 100% honest with the public. If British business suffers, British people will suffer, and it's really important that people realise that. Forget it. You're wasting your time, Richard Branson. People aren't listening. In fact, there's a good deal of them that would actually like a bit of suffering. Thank you, sir. May I have another? And Branson's just the last line, and the last in a long line of experts that people are no longer interested in listening to. The Bank of England produced a worst-case scenario for a no-Brexit deal last month, and they released a statement about it. It said, do you remember? It would be catastrophic, they said. They said we'd suffer the most extreme recession since the Second World War. House prices would fall by a third. There'd be checks on all exports to the EU, which would be likely to cause severe transport blockages that would be disastrous for UK manufacturers and retailers with just-in-time supply chains. And it could also threaten the supply of food and medicines. You know, nothing, no big deal, just food. But apart from that, how does it look?
Oh, fabulous.
Exactly. But at least if we go through all of that pain, all of those lost jobs, the ruination of businesses and the hopes and dreams of generations to come, at least we are through to the other side and we'll have the smoking ruins of our country back. Whatever that means. 0345 6060 973. Here's a call in Enfield. Hello, Denise.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Okay, what I wanted to say was that I was watching the Channel 4 News recently, and this gentleman came on, and he tried to put like a emotional analysis on why people voted for leaving, and he said that a lot of people see the European Union as a colonizer and an invading force, and that Germany somehow is secretly trying to win the war using the EU. And you laughed, and I thought it was quite laughable. But when I hear people speak about Brexit with the fervour that they have and the desire to, you know, make yourself poorer and essentially bankrupt the country, because I don't think it's a good idea in the first place, I question whether they're actually fundamentalists. And when I say a fundamentalist, I mean someone who won't listen to reason and who wouldn't, their mind is so fixed, it's almost like a cult. So,
well, it is a religion. I think people have an almost religious fervour about this.
Yeah, and it's almost like, you know, like when you think of, I mean, I'm a Christian, and to me, faith is about a belief in something that's not scientifically proven. And I think the way people have Brexit in their heart, they see it as something similar to a faith. So you would say to somebody, this person over here is saying that we're going to, you know, the pound has dropped by 20%. We've got less people coming into the country. People are likely not to want to take certain jobs. We're going to lose our R&D funding. And that doesn't resonate. What resonates is a belief system that says we are being invaded and we've been colonized. And when we open our eyes, what we once saw is not what we actually have as a reality. And they see it through the lens of colonization. And I think that's why sometimes the idea that, you know, you hear people say we are Great Britain and we the best in the world, and that kind of gives that belief system that we can just, you know, shoot off into the stratosphere and be a third country and still be a warring success.
Yeah, if only we could ditch the anchor that is dragging us down, that is the evil socialist overlords of the European superstate. Yeah.
I think that's why people are so emotional about it. And the thing is, I find sometimes you try and just put a different argument across to people, and they're just so blinkered. And then when you ask them questions, like I keep hearing we're the 5th largest economy in the world, but I never hear the second part of the sentence. So what does that mean? What does it mean that we can take a tremendous knock? Does it mean that we can be a trading partner with no other traders? Or I don't know what it means, but people just spout that out.
Yeah, it's a relatively meaningless statistic because being the 5th largest economy in the world doesn't seem to be doing us, the little people, any good. There's a statistic that came out the other day that said, average wages are just going through the roof. Really? I don't know if anybody has noticed that. I very much doubt that average wages for everybody has gone up. I think that there's a very small number of people who are doing fantastically well, which drags up the average. Averages often mean nothing.
I just think that people want to see the world through their own filtered lens. And Brexit, for many people, is about making the UK what it used to look like before the war.
No, it's not even that. It's not even that. It's a fantasy idea of what the country used to look like. People think that they have been held back by something or someone, some force that they can't, they haven't been able to previously detect, but they've been told that this idea that you've had is right, and it's those people that are responsible. A small, identifiable group of people are responsible for you not achieving the success that you deserve. And that idea has worked over and over and over again through history, and we're doing it again. Ken says, following recent developments in the White House, I expect Wayne Rooney will soon be appointed as Trump's special Brexit advisor. Wayne Rooney.
And he's a great guy, and he's an honest guy.
Yeah, well, have they fitted Donald Trump up for his ankle bracelet yet? I just don't think that he's got the temperament for the job.
But I have a strong temperament, and it's a very good temperament, and it's a very in-control temperament. I have a very strong temperament, but I have a temperament that's totally under control.
Somebody should have put him in jail then. I mean, he's the most important man in the world. Can you believe that?
No.
Graham says, we will all be better out of the EU. He's bound to explain himself, so let's carry on. He says, I voted against this corrupt regime who have not had their accounts signed for in 20-odd years. That's not true. After wasting millions of pounds moving files every month from Brussels to Strasbourg. You could pick apart any government or council or state organisation on earth and say that this thing over here they do is ridiculous. You know, there's Birmingham Council have more people working for it than who work for the European Union. Did you know that? I mean, if you want to talk about wasting money, we specialise in that in this country. I mean, if we ever have £100 million that we would like to burn, then the government just orders up a highly complex computer system that won't work. We lead the world in wasting money. This says apparently the band Slade get £500,000 a year for Merry Christmas. Really? Wow. Great work if you can get it, but you can't, so don't ask. Wouldn't that be marvellous? I mean, there's not many bands that have done it. I think Wizard have a song that comes out every year, and Phil Spector probably still makes quite a lot of money out of it. Other than that, not many. Paul says, why won't Rees-Mogg take a cabinet position? Let's see him try to run something rather than sniping from the sidelines. And Paul in Ealing says, I'd like you and Rees-Mogg to sit down and debate Brexit. He would wipe the floor with you. Well, he may be able to wipe the floor with me if we were just debating. But if it was a wrestling match, I'd put money on me. There was an excellent article in the Mail the other day about Jacob Rees-Mogg, and it was by, here we go, by Dominic Sandbrook. Excellent work, Dominic Sandbrook. He said, within moments of Theresa May's victory on Wednesday, the pale features of Jacob Rees-Mogg loomed into view on the television screen. I was fascinated to see how he would react. The gallant loser would have congratulated Mrs May on her result, pointed out that there were nevertheless 117 Tory MPs who disagreed with her, and said something about sticking to his principles but working together in the national interest. And since Rees-Mogg is usually so keen on playing the courteous, old-fashioned English gentleman, that is what I expected. But that, of course, was not what we got. Instead, his face white with disappointment, his voice icy with rage, Mr Rees-Mogg tried to claim that the Prime Minister's 63% of the total, more than she won when she became Tory leader in the first place, was somehow a crushing defeat. As viewers immediately pointed out, Mrs May's 63 to 37% margin was not merely greater than the 52 to 48 split in the EU referendum, it gave her a higher share than Mr Rees-Mogg has ever won in his North East Somerset constituency. So if her margin offered grounds for resignation, why has he not already relinquished his seat? Mr Rees-Mogg and his European Research Group butler his ERG butler Steve Baker are a pair of dwarfish eccentrics posing on the steps of Westminster like boys playing at being politicians. The truth, I think, is that Mr Rees-Mogg is a vaudeville turn who has been found out. Like his fellow conspirator, Boris Johnson, he makes an eccentric and amusing guest on panel shows such as Have I Got News for You? But the very idea of him sitting in government, making decisions that would affect, for example, the lives of children in Northampton, pensioners in Aberdeen and young couples in Swansea strikes me as frankly absurd. Yeah, me too. He says, I am well aware, of course, that many Tory activists find Mr Rees-Mogg's music hall act irresistible. Tory members always like a toff, even a slightly pantomime one like Mr Rees-Mogg. The fact is that in today's world, any Tory leader should ideally be able to present a story of aspiration and hard work, which was always a handicap for his fellow old Etonian David Cameron. As is well known, Rees-Mogg did not exactly work his way up from the bottom. He was raised in the magnificent country house of Ston Easton in Somerset, largely by his nanny. Having made a lot of money in the city in the 90s, he went into politics, famously campaigning in Central Fife in 1997, a seat he lost with his nanny. God. How excruciatingly, toe-curlingly embarrassing was that? He says what really propelled him into the limelight, though, was the EU referendum. Until a few weeks ago, he struck me as essentially harmless, perhaps even an eccentric adornment to our public life, deliberately striking Victorian poses and always taking the most reactionary line on every issue. But after the debacle of his initial coup against Mrs May, there have been surprising flashes of anger, even nastiness behind the polite facade. Mr Rees-Mogg looked like a posturing, blustering blowhard, and he did not enjoy it. Nor did he enjoy it when Mrs May piled up a solid lead in the confidence vote, puncturing his hopes of succeeding her as Prime Minister. To put it bluntly, she won and he lost. A gentleman would have congratulated her on the result and retired gracefully, but it appears that Mr Rees-Mogg might not be such a gentleman after all.
Correct.
Excellent article, Dominic Sambrook, and I commend it to the House. And that should be the very, very last we ever hear from Jacob Rees-Mogg, but I suggest that it probably won't be. Because he'll just keep complaining and complaining and complaining.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Pauline says the following suggestions may help to prevent you catching a cold or flu. When using public transport, wash or sanitize your hands immediately on arriving at work or home. Those sanitizers, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Because if they don't kill the germ that you're lathering it all over, then that germ will surely get stronger. I mean, aren't you just increasing the chance of you catching a superbug by continually sanitizing your hands a lot? I don't know. I've got no idea. I'm asking. Just asking. That was suggestion 1. Suggestion 2 is try not to touch your face during journeys. but I've got such a touchable face. And 3, take 1 cod liver oil capsule daily during winter. Also, eat orange or other citrus on a daily basis. Yeah, let me think about that for a second. No. It's a no from me. Cod liver oil? What for? Why don't you just eat fish? I mean, I'm not going to eat a cod's liver. Who would? But, no. Those pills, unless they're advertising with us, in which case they're completely efficacious in every way, but they don't work. Why would they work? It's not the way your body works. You can't ingest something that is like vitamin pills. They don't work either, do they? I took a vitamin pill. It's about the size of a horse pill. It was huge, and I took it for year after year after year after year. It's the kind of pill that has 1,000% of the recommended daily intake of pretty much every vitamin that you can think of, and a lot that you'd never even heard of. The list of stuff that was in this pill just went on forever. Vitamins A through Z, and pretty much every mineral that has ever been dug out the ground. It turned my pee the same colour as Donald Trump, as a matter of fact.
Oh, shut up!
Luminous orange. I was peeing for years, and they're not cheap either. And I thought but I can't remember why. I thought, I wonder what will happen if I stop. Because I'm not particularly feeling the benefit. I mean, but it's hard to know whether it's making any... Oh, God, the lights have just gone out again. I keep forgetting to walk around during the news. It's hard to know whether it's actually doing anything until you stop, right? But I didn't particularly feel, bouncy. There was nothing Eeyore-ish about me. And so I thought, one day I'll just stop. And I stopped, and absolutely nothing happened at all. Completely wasted my money. I didn't feel more or less tired. I didn't feel more or less awake. Nothing happened. Unless they're advertising with us, in which case it was, it made such a tremendous difference. I can't even express it in words. James says, it's been a long time since we've had an impersonation of the monocle one, Rees-Mogg. Can we get a few lines? Like I'm to be dancing around like a marionette for you? Maybe later. And Mikey says, Trump will be the best president ever. He is a businessman, unlike the loser Theresa May. I can only assume that you are being sarcastic. But I suspect that it is possible that you aren't, which is troubling. I'll add it to the things that are troubling me. Selby in Yorkshire. Hello, Sylvia.
Hello, Nick.
Sylvia.
What I first want to talk about, me and you do not agree. I've rung you some time ago, and you are a Remainer, and I voted to be out.
Right.
And what I want to talk about, Theresa May, when she just recently went back to talk to Juncker and Barnier, she embarrassed herself to me, because they told her then there'd be no deal.
Yeah,
And
she knew that before she went, but she's trying to shore up the holes in her own party.
Yeah, but to me, she's made herself look weak. And also, David Cameron did the same. He went with a begging bowl. He came back, and he came back with nothing. He got Obama to say to the people of this country, if you do not vote to stay in, you will go to the back of the queue.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, obviously.
The Bank of England, Carney, telling us all these downfalls. He wants to become a British citizen. If he thought this country were going to go to the dogs, what does he want to be a British citizen for?
He's trying to alert us to the perils ahead.
Well, and also, Nick, what I want to tell you, I listen to Michael Heseltine.
Oh, yeah.
He lives in a small stately home with acres of land, and he's heavily subsidised by the European Union.
Is he?
And what he said is, what annoyed me, he said the old people of this country have let the young people down.
Yes.
Now, the old people, the older you get, Nick, the wiser you get.
No, it's not. Only up to a certain point, Sylvia. Then, and after that point, then nobody should be taking their advice anymore.
Well, that's what you think, but what I am saying, I'm not knocking young people, but what I'm telling you, I've seen the deterioration in this country, and I want to come on to you.
A deterioration? A deterioration of what? This country's never been better.
Doctors, what's it like for you to get an appointment at your doctor's?
What's it like?
Yes. There's people waiting 3 weeks, Nick. It never used to be like that. You used to be able to go to your doctors, and my doctors give you the number. And then he shut the door at 11 o'clock and you're all seeing the doctor.
Yeah.
Now, you've got to go on a computer and start off at 6 o'clock in the morning online.
Why?
You know, it's absolute. And
Well,
I'm
you
not-
tell me why. No, I'll tell you why you think why. You think why is because people are coming over here and taking our appointments, don't you? But that's not true.
no,
it's
I'm
it's
not
because
going
of
to-
it's
I don't
because
think someone come
it's
on and
because
said that.
successive governments have underfunded the NHS, just as successive governments haven't built enough houses. Other countries seem to have been able to do it, but ours didn't. Why? Short-termism. That's why.
So what I want to talk to you about is we've got boats that are out in the sea, and we've got loads of these people coming in, and they're in dinghies. So somebody is dropping them into the sea and putting them in dinghies.
Yeah.
Now, how can this country contain these people coming in?
A
Because
dinghy full of people.
You know
I
when
think
you-
we've got room for a dinghy, Sylvia.
Eh?
You're worried about a dinghy full of people? How many people are in a dinghy?
Do you mean to tell me that somebody has taken them out of a ship coming in this country and put them where they're coming into this country? But you know what I want to say to you, Nick?
What's
You
that?
mentioned about
But hang on a minute. Wait a minute. What's that got to do with the EU? People coming in on a dinghy? You think
talking
the
about
European Union are sending people in on dinghies? They're coming in the Channel Tunnel, Sylvia.
Yes, also. But you know, I want to talk to you, Nick. You know, you mentioned about Margaret Thatcher, about, the hardship and what she did.
Yes.
Did you have to pay to go to university?
Well, no, but that had nothing to do with Margaret Thatcher.
No, but what I'm saying is, now, these young people that go to university are coming out with over 50,000 of debt. It
Yes.
didn't cost you a light.
But what's that got to do with Margaret Thatcher?
No, but you were trying to bring her down.
I was trying to bring her down, but it doesn't build her up to say something that doesn't have anything to do with
when
her.
you went to university.
Huh?
I thought you were in power when you were at university.
Yes, but she didn't gift me the money to go to university.
Where did you get it from?
Where did I get it from?
Who allowed you to go to university?
Sylvia, Margaret Thatcher did not enact a law that made university education free. It had nothing to do with her.
When you went, like it is in Scotland.
Yeah.
Today these young people
That
are
has
coming out
nothing to
with
do
a
with
pile of
that had
debt.
nothing to do with Margaret Thatcher either.
Well, all I'm saying, Margaret Thatcher, to me, I admired her. And what it was, people didn't agree with her, I think, because she was a woman. But to me...
Oh, please, that had
I know
nothing
what
to
you
do
say,
with it.
And you said around Jacob Rees-Mogg, he talks a load of sense. It might be you might think he's a top, but when you listen to him,
No, I've heard
talks
him.
a load of sense.
Yeah, no, I've listened to him. Yeah.
Okay, Nick.
It doesn't sound like sense to me. All right, no, but neither did almost everything that you just said. Margaret Thatcher had nothing to do with my education. Zero. Jimmy says, you really annoy me sometimes. Who, me? I'm annoying? I find that hard to believe. He says, I voted leave and stand by my decision. How can you close your eyes and not realise Europeans want to come first? That's why the far-right parties across Europe are gathering pace. Europeans want to come first. What does that mean? Immigrants come to Europe and can't integrate in our society. Why can't the UK pull up the drawbridge and go on our own path? What on earth does that mean? First of all, there's so much in there. Let's try and unpack some of it, shall we? Europeans want to come first. I don't know what that means. People of all countries want to come first. Who wants to come second? That's why the far-right parties across Europe are gathering pace. I think that the right-wing feelings they tend to go up and down. The pendulum swings back and forth, kind of like a tide. If you speed time up, then you'll find that a right-wing sentiment just ebbs and flows like a tide. Immigrants come to Europe and can't integrate in our society. I think immigrants from Europe would find it a lot easier to integrate in our society than the people that are coming from outside Europe, which are the majority. You know, if you want to know where people are coming from, I'll tell you. It's not Polish people that find it difficult to integrate into our society. It's people from further away than that. I have detailed files. One moment. Now, I don't know why, but these numbers stop at 2014. But let's assume that the makeup of the people coming here hasn't changed significantly. And the people from the country who are coming here the most, India. Now, I'm no expert in this regard, but I think that people from India have less in common with the white Europeans in this country than Polish people, for instance. The second largest group of people coming, China. Now, I don't know for a fact, but I think it's probably likely that the Chinese are less likely to integrate than, say, the French, if they came here. People talk about people coming here from the European Union as though they are the only people who are not British who are living here. It's the minority that come here from the European Union. How can you have listened to these arguments for 2.5 years and still not know that? This is it's like a willful choice not to learn, to take no information on at all. I mean, you must have heard it over and over again that more people come here from outside the EU than from inside the EU. And it's been happening year after year after year. Theresa May oversaw this when she was Home Secretary. Again and again and again. How can people still not know that? It's staggering. The people who have learnt nothing are the ones that we're following. I mean, there's no part of that sentence alarm people. Belinda says, I double dare you to put Marcus Garvey on the new £50 note. Garvey, born in 1887, was a Jamaican-born black nationalist who created a Back to Africa movement in the United States. He became an inspirational figure for later civil rights activists. But, okay, but Belinda, I don't make those decisions. What's it got to do with me? A £50 note. I'd love to see a £50 note, but I don't have any sway as to what goes on it. And Patrick in Dockland says, I'm sure you'll be looking forward to Brexit the movie. I'm thinking Scarlett Johansson to play Theresa May and Ray Winstone as Jacob Rees-Mogg. Well, that I would like to see. I would pay $5.99 to rent that on Sky. As long as I didn't get to keep it. As long as it automatically deleted as soon as I'd watched it. 0345 6060 973. Wonder if I can squeeze one of these in. Archway. Hello, Terry.
Hi, Nick. Hi. Well, you know, as a Brexiteer myself, you know, open to discussion always. You know, as a yellow umbrella carrying closet hooligan. You know, we're definitely on the ropes. We are, and I appreciate your refereeing. You know, but low blow after low blow. It's like you're going, oh, excuse me, that was a low blow, and up, it's a low blow, and it's a low blow.
Are you saying that my arguments are low blows?
No, I think people are calling in, and you're allowing them, you know, a good amount of time to make their points, and quite often the points a low blow against the Brexit idea. You know, and things like, you know, in the last 2 years, the majority of people who voted Brexit are dead. They died. You know, and we've got to give the vote to the kids now because they're the future.
Now, are you saying that because I'm confused about this call. I don't know what it is. So I'll ask you, and then maybe you can elucidate. Are you saying that I have said that most of the people that voted out are dead?
It's been no, Nick. No, I'm saying you're a referee. You're refereeing very well against a series of low blows, repeated low blows, in favour of a Brexit, a new referendum. It's like the last referendum was the grown-up referendum. Now we've got to have the kiddies referendum and see where that gets us. And you know, everyone jokes about Jacob, and you've got to remember that it was Jacob's class that would blow the whistle and stand up and climb that ladder and lead us across that no man's land into uncertain fate.
I think it was Jacob's class to sit in a tent in the rear and shout forward. What was the line from Pink Floyd? Forward, he cried from the rear, and the front rank died. That was his class.
Well, do you know what? At the age of about 8.5, Mr. Taylor in our junior school made us sit down and watch the whole of the Charge of the Light Brigade on reel-to-reel video, or whatever it was, projector. 4 reels or something. It was a right old thing. It goes on for hours. And there you have the buffoonery of the class above Jacob. But I think
there is no class above Jacob. What's the class above Jacob? Were we talking about the people in the choir invisible? We're talking about angels now. There's no class above him.
Well, if you go high enough, you get to Tony Blair, and
Tony Blair is not in a class above.
Alistair Spin Campbell, and just remember,
please.
We don't do God.
Tony Blair and Campbell are middle-class oiks. Jacob Rees-Mogg is a right aristo. And comes with an aristocratic mien, which rubs most people up the wrong way, me included. Terry, I'd love to chat more, but I look at the time. David says the number of people who say they do not want a hard border in Ireland equals 0. What? The number of people who voted for a hard border to be implemented equals 17,410,742. What are you talking about? The number of people who say they do not want a hard border in Ireland equals 0? Are you out of your mind? And nobody of the 17,410,742 people voted for a hard border to be implemented in Ireland. Nobody even thought about it until after the referendum, and somebody thought, oh, hang on a minute. I think there's a problem. You bet there is. Deck says, I don't know if you're aware of this fact, but Piers Morgan was number 2 on Trump's shortlist to replace General John Kelly. Idiocracy really is here, living among us. Piers Morgan.
What the hell is going on?
I just don't believe that for a second. That cannot be true. God. If Donald Trump was going to hire a Piers Morgan to be his well, he's not exactly his number 2, but his chief of staff, then that just makes Donald Trump like a stupid person.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
And so that can't be true. Manchester, hello, Brian.
Hello there.
Hello there.
I won't be too long. I just wanted to make a couple of points, if you don't mind. I try to listen to you now and again, but I find that too often you denigrate people unnecessarily.
Yeah, I say things you disagree
hang on,
with.
Let me finish, please. You speak all the time. You go on and on and on, and you speak a load of bunkum at times, so let me finish. You've no right to do what you did with Rees-Mogg. I don't particularly fall in love with the man, but I wouldn't go about it like you do. You have a diabolical habit like one of your mates, O'Brien. Terrible person.
Oh, God, the amount of times I've heard that. You and James O'Brien.
Just hang on, please. Now, let's get down to brass tacks. You made a couple of statements at the beginning of this particular hour.
Yes.
I don't think you know what the national debt is, do you?
Do I know what the national debt is?
Do you know what the national debt is?
It's about £3 trillion or £4 trillion or...
What it is.
What it is?
You obviously don't know. Let's ask you question 2. Do you know how much it is? 3 million? It's nothing like. It's approaching maybe 2 billion.
No, it's not, Brian.
Don't
It's
tell
it's
me
not.
no. I know
it's
very
not,
well. I follow
it-
this all the time.
No, you've got no idea what you're talking about. It's not. It's not billion.
Don't give me that
It's
line that you give
trillion.
Listen, you are a little fella with the benefit of having a microphone who you can mess people about with. Now
It's-
let me finish. It's
Brian,
not 2
it's not
billion yet.
the national debt's
It
not
goes up
is
by
not
about 50
measured in billions. It's way bigger than that. How can you not know that
It is
from
not bigger than
a
that.
giant brain like you who've actually looked it up? It's not billion, it's trillion.
Trillion, yes, exactly trillion. And
Wait a minute, you said billion. Exactly trillion. You believe this?
It goes up, but don't say you don't believe it. Let me go on to part 2 before we finish. You said we've spent the last 10 years paying it off with austerity.
Yes,
right?
supposedly. That's what was sold to us.
Not at all.
If you suffer in the interim, then we'll be in a much better place at the end of it. And it did not come to pass.
Don't go on. Don't laugh, you blasted fool. Don't laugh. You don't know what you're talking about. You do the same with everybody who you don't agree with. You are a little man with a microphone to do what you want with. And I don't know how people listen to you. Some of the rubbish you talk. Even when that woman talks about doctor's appointment, she said it's because of the austerity. Rubbish.
No, I didn't say it was because of the austerity. I said it was because of because successive governments had serially underfunded the NHS, as they have underfunded the housing business in this country. Huh?
When are you going to end and apologise?
What, to
When
you?
are you going to end? You do this all the time. I've never.
Oh, Brian, do me a favour. Dry up and blow away. Seriously, just look in the mirror and look at the anger on your face.
But the anger is because you are one of the worst people anyone can deal with. You think you're a big man and you're nothing.
No, I know. I'm a little man.
Don't talk about anger. You make a fool of people all the time.
Brian, do you drive?
Don't start giving me that rubbish.
Do you drive?
Don't change the subject because you can't.
Do you have a driving license?
You have made a bigger fool of yourself tonight than I've ever heard in my life.
Well, almost as big a fool as you have.
What I said. You don't know what the austerity
You're number
is
one,
off.
and I'm number 2.
You don't have an idea. You're the type of fella I'd like to meet face to face and give you an earful properly. I don't like you. I told you. You denigrate people.
How old are you?
My age doesn't matter. Don't start breaking it. Don't change the subject.
You must be old enough.
How old are you? About 3?
You must be old enough for this to be embarrassing.
It's not
Yes. Happy birthday. God. This country is following that guy. Of all the people that you've heard tonight, he's the person that we're following. We've made a national decision and we've decided to follow that guy because, he makes sense. God, it's excruciating. What's the national debt? It's a couple of billion. Really. If it were a couple of billion, we'd be in roses right now. We'd all be smiling if it was a couple of billion. We could pay it off tomorrow if it was a couple of billion. Here's a tip. If you're going to call up and correct somebody, it's probably best to look up a fact first. If you think you know something, just check before you take someone to task. Otherwise, there is the danger that you might come out looking like an ass. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to be helpful. I hope that he can't drive. I mean, get a cab. Because you're not the sort of person that should be in charge of heavy machinery. Take the bus, Brian, for the benefit of all of us. Painful. Fred says, look on the bright side, we'll soon be free and we will have fish to eat every day. God, if I hear one more word about the fishing industry. I mentioned this before, and it's hard to take on board because you just hear about it so much. The British fishing industry, they're coming over here and they're taking our fish. If I'd let him on long enough, he would have banged on about that too. You know what's more important, both with the amount of people that the industry employs and the amount of money it makes for our economy? What's more important than fish? Harrods. The shop in Knightsbridge makes more money for our economy than the fishing industry does, and employs more people too. A shop. This says, I don't care that you're a little man with a microphone. I love you, you make me laugh out loud. Thanks a lot, anonymous person. I love you too, whoever you are. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Let me point you in the direction of my podcast, by the way. That last guy, he should subscribe to my podcast and pay close attention to it because he might learn something. Because God knows he hasn't learned anything up to this point. You can find it where they give away podcasts for free. You'll find it on our app, our Global Player app. If you can't find it on our Global Player app, it's possible that you've got you need to update your the issue, whatever they call it. Update the version. That's probably it. Internet speak. The version. You want to update the version.
Affirmative.
And podcasts are available on there. It's also available on iTunes and wherever they give away good podcasts. It's called the Nick Abbott Habit.
Come on, we're running late!
You bet we are. 0345 6060 973. Moderate Tories pleaded with Brexit hardliners to end their war against Theresa May and called for all sides to come together and focus on the national interest. Yeah, right, that'll be the day. Despite the Prime Minister winning the support of around two-thirds of her MPs, critics resumed their attacks. Dominic Raab, the former Brexit secretary, led the opposition. He said it was hard to see how Mrs M could remain. Bozo, ex of the FO. Another leadership hopeful has so far bravely refused to comment publicly. He does scurry away when the spotlight swivels onto him, doesn't he? Boris, you say it best when you say nothing at all. And then there's Jacob Rees-Mogg, the chairman of the European Research Group, continues the call for Mrs M to quit. But Mrs M ain't leaving. Not yet, anyway. And one of her supporters said Brexiteer rebels never, ever stop. And he said if the apocalypse comes, all that will be left will be ants and Tory MPs complaining about Europe. And the people are starting to get behind her. Not that last guy, of course. He was so furious he couldn't get out of his own way, that last guy. I could see his purple face straining from here. Calm down, mate. Take a pill. Relax. You'll live longer. And people aren't getting behind Mrs M to stab her in the back. 47% now apparently believe that she's brave and she sticks to her principles. And I don't know how many think that her principles are worth sticking to, but at least that's a vote of support. You got 47% of the people behind you, Mrs M, and that's well over half. Tory Deputy Chairman James Cleverly, he said some colleagues are saying foolish things about other Conservatives. Now would be a good time to stop. Nicholas Soames went one louder. He called on Rees-Mogg to reflect on the dismal failure of his efforts to unship Theresa May. He said a period of quiet and a good dose of humility is now required. He said enough now, shut up. Hey Jacob, hey Dominic, hey Boris.
Stop whining.
You lost. Get over it. Meanwhile, former Minister Nicky Morgan suggested that a split in the Conservatives may be looming, with hardline Eurosceptics leaving the party. She says, I think there's an inevitability that some of these people, the hardest Brexiteers, are going to walk. They could start a new party with Nigel Farage, and he could try and get elected again. Because, you know, if at first you don't succeed, try 7 more times and fail too. Foreign Office Minister Alistair Burt said the Tories are now dancing on the precipice of a split. He says they never ever stop. Votes against them, letters going in late, nothing matters to the ERG. And the result of all this treachery is that the Conservatives will be cast aside, and Uncle Jezza will ride in to dance on the grave of the Tory party. How's the plan to bring the Conservatives together over Europe going, David Cameron?
Oh, fabulous.
Just great. Thanks for asking. Arness Grove, Sarniel.
Hi, how are you?
I am great, mate.
I like your last caller.
He was superb. Have you ever heard anybody quite so angry with life?
I don't know, but you know, there are people out there who've got more reason to be. And you know what? He sounded a jolly old fella, and if only some of us would make it to that age, you know, we'd be happy with that, you know. But there you go. But quiz question though for you first before I
Yeah, pop quiz.
Yeah, pop quiz. Yeah, great stuff. How tall are you?
Really, really small.
Really, really small. Well, he was half right, if you know what I mean.
But I've got a button in front of me, if that's any help.
I know. And that lady before him, she was, just as angry. I wonder if they know each other, or should be, like, dating each other or something. It'd be,
well, I think
it'd be something, wouldn't it?
A nuclear explosion would ensue. Let's hope they never meet.
Yeah, let's not do it. Like putting semi-skimmed and skim milk together. It'd be terrible.
Anyway, this is callers picking on other callers. Go
right,
on.
I know. Sorry, I shouldn't do that, but it was just amazing, so entertaining, fantastic. Your questions you had. Oh, I'd like to think there were questions about washing your hands and putting your hands to your face. And, you know, general hygiene.
Now I've thought about it. Since I've read that, I've realised how many times I'm touching my face. It's all the blooming time. Well, if you had a face like mine, Sunil, you'd touch it too.
Well, you know, thank God we're not face to face.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, you'd be all over me. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So the reason why,
I'd have to hose you down.
You'd have to do that anyway, just with the previous caller. The issue is that you know to stand you know to correct you a little bit.
Oh no, I haven't got something else wrong, have I? Oh,
no.
Why can't I ever get anything right?
You know, it's an odd job, and someone's got to do it. But this is nature of the beast. It's a case of the use of antibiotics when they're not necessary.
Yeah.
Are the things that create superbugs. The use of antibacterials. Mm-hmm. You know, in the household, you know, like these antibacterial cleaning sprays.
Yeah, all of that.
Those are the things that actually do produce the superbugs.
Yes.
But I think what the government are getting at, I think, with the washing of the hands, is to stop the spread and communication of these. And by not catching a cold doesn't make the cold stronger. It just protects those people who are vulnerable to these kind of things from ending up in a serious situation. Now, let me give you an example. I'm a heart failure patient. Got class 2 advanced left and right-sided heart failure. With that, a whole series of complications. My wife came home with the flu one day. 3 days later, I was in intensive care and with multiple organ failure and given 48 hours to live, all because of the flu, all because of hygiene, etc.
Yeah.
So I put myself as one of those vulnerable people in society. But you know, if at that time something we practice now is washing your hands when you come in, just washing your hands.
Yeah, but you don't need to use those antibacterial squirts, though, do you? Just ordinary soap water will do it.
Again, again, water will do it. Soap will do it.
Yeah.
Soap will do it. And again, those antibacterial hand washes aren't as extreme as the detergents that are used.
Yeah, but they taste nice.
You know, they're sprayed. Yeah, well, yeah, with ice and lemon.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're not farmers. Ice and lemon, always. Yeah, sophisticated.
But I mean, it's a case of protecting and stopping it, communicating to those who are vulnerable. Now, the other thing about this vitamin, this olive oil. The olive oil is
olive oil. No, cod liver oil.
Cod liver oil. That's the fella.
I don't believe it works for a moment.
But it doesn't work in the sense of the oil is actually good for you.
Well,
but the vitamin D does actually. The vitamin D within it does support your immune.
Yeah, but I don't think that. I don't know that this is true, but my feeling is that by taking nutrients in pill form, you are not getting the same kind of benefit that you would do if you just ate it as a food.
Well, the thing is, unfortunately, we don't subscribe as a society. We don't subscribe to a completely healthy, balanced meal, and we do need to supplement here and there. And again,
but the answer is not buying a lot of highly expensive supplements. It's to just buy good food in the first place.
I completely agree with you. But
wow, I got something right.
Yeah, it is. Well, fantastic.
It only took 3 hours. I'm going to call a guy back up in Manchester. He'll be delighted.
No, he won't. He'd be cursing at me at the moment. For example, the cod liver oils, yes, they are refined, but they're not a pharmaceutically, artificially produced vitamin. And again, saying to your point, sticking to
I've taken that stuff before, and it doesn't taste on the way down because it's in a pill form, but when it's in your stomach and it breaks up, the burp after a while is it's just awful. You do not want to experience that. Plus, don't burp.
Be polite.
It's a better of two evils, isn't it? A breathy burp or a stronger immune system.
Or just to eat fish would be a better idea because it's cheaper. Apart from anything else.
Fish, but then again,
and you'd benefit the British fishing industry, what's left of it.
Well, again, you've got to look at what fish you're eating. Normal white fish doesn't contain liver oils. It's only oily fish.
Well, now, hang on a minute. But if you're getting it from a cod...
We're getting it from a cod, but do you ever eat cod liver?
No. I only eat cod when it comes in squares with, like when it's breaded. Comes in a box with instructions on the outside, and I'm very strict about that. Yeah, thanks a lot, Sunil. 03. Why I'm giving out the number, I don't know. Noala says, "Hey Nick, I bet that caller Brian has microphone envy." Yeah, maybe that's what it was. He certainly was annoyed. Let's hope he calls back. Let's hope he calls back when I'm not here. I will return. God, who knows what might happen between now and next week? It's just mind-boggling, isn't it? Anything is possible. But whatever it is, we'll chew it up and we'll spit it out then, eh?